the next part is
Hi
like,
there,
oh
everybody.
yeah, this is where. Oh,
And
Hello.
welcome back to the Crimson Court. Welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Welcome back to the Crimson Court campaign. Let's go ahead and dive right in. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, it is not I who does the summary. For Crimson Court, it is Ryan. So, Ryan, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right. Session 11 Shepherds and Second Sight. The session opens back up in Rosemont, where we see Adric, the father who lost his two sons in Rosemont, mourning over the loss of his children. He, however, tells them that he will be joining them very soon. He is approached by a man by the name of Voresh the Shepherd, who offers to help him with his pain. He performs some sort of magical ability, pulling away the negative feelings and anguish, but making Adric forget his sons completely in the process. Voresh asks Adric to join him as the two travel to Serwyn Keep, where Voresh heard 3 dragon eggs were recently found. Meanwhile, Edwin heads out late at night to head to the more shady parts of Sea Haven. He finds a shopkeeper and is able to purchase a potion that can compel someone to speak the truth for a minute, though does a poor job at hiding his noble lineage. On his way back, he is confronted by several men who demand the potion and money that Edwin has on him. The prince tries to talk his way out, but violence becomes necessary. Edwin goes to inflict wounds using his gauntlet, but blacks out and finds the man he targeted dead and drained of all moisture from his body. When Edwin returns to Skyhaven, he is unable to remove the gauntlet. The next day, Kaelin goes out to speak with Bjorn before the heirs head off to Faithspire. Kaelin speaks about the beings that hide in the shadows, with Bjorn opening up that there are many creatures in the Vale. Some are guardians, while others are more predatory in nature. However, it is very hard for creatures to get through the Vale. They usually need to be invited. The only problem was that when inviting a kind creature through, it opened the way for something else to pass through with it. Bjorn has Kaelin join him in the spirit world as they take their ancestral forms. Bjorn as a large bear, and Kaelin as a young wolf. They see the same antler-ridden creature in the distance, with Bjorn believing it to be Kaelin's guardian. He offers to help her train more when she returns. Edwin decides to wake up early the next day, make some breakfast, and head down to visit Kester, hoping to gain some information to be used against the Spy Master. The conversation starts with them reviewing the answers that he already gave, but takes a dark turn when Edwin insults Kester. The man becomes very angry at this point, lashing out at Edwin and making it clear how little he thought of nobles and the heirs in particular. Opening up about Xanthi and saying that she was the reason that he lost everything. Edwin leaves him, the prisoner still throwing curses at him as he leaves. On the ship to Faithspire, Xanthi calls for a meeting to open up about her past with Kester, saying that he was one of the soldiers under her command before he was discharged. She explains that Kester maimed a child from the Undercity, resulting in the loss of a limb. However, she believes that he will still testify. Edwin opens up about his conversation, though, acknowledging that he doesn't believe that Kester will help them anymore. It's agreed that Via will speak with him when they return from Faithspire, as she is, to be frank, the nicest Fallcrest. Edwin goes to visit Via to have her identify the gauntlet, though Via cannot see it. However, upon casting the spell Identify, she can see it, and Edwin is able to finally take it off should he choose. Via believes the gauntlet to be a powerful artifact connected to his faith, since it miraculously showed up when he turned 18 and he has had it ever since. There seems to be more to the story, but Edwin does not share and Via does not press him on it. Back on deck, the crew notices a shipwreck in the distance, with Merrick being able to see one survivor that was overboard and unconscious. They're able to save her, bringing back a young Arcan who is a member of the Order of the Edict. She explains that Nornathi raiders attacked the ship and she was the only survivor. The heirs arrange for her to stay on the ship with the intention of sending her people a message once they arrive in Faithspire. Kaelin attempts to veil walk once again, though this one is not quite as successful as the last one, as she is again confronted by that creature that wants to be allowed out. Kaelin is able to escape without any physical harm, but her room is covered in dying vines and branches that crumble at her touch. Edwin speaks to Xanthi, with Xanthi opening up about a letter from Rohani Verisin, an old flame of Xanthi's from when they were younger. They were quite the power couple when they were younger, but Xanthi reveals that before Rohani left, he did in fact propose to Xanthi, but she never gave him an answer. In his letter to her, he again asked for an answer, though Xanthi does not seem determined on what she's going to do. At that time, however, Via runs up from the bottom of the ship, calling out for her mom and dad as she seems to be hearing their voices. She searches as the heirs follow after her. However, she soon receives a vision, seeing her parents had been on a ship like this once before, and her mother received a vision as she did now. Via saw images of destruction and death, emerald fire, waves of cold, crawling shadows, and a holy army all clashing against one another. A child of storm and power stood against them all as the prophecy came from Via. Beneath the ashen skies of a breaking world, a child of light and storm shall ascend the seat of power. With hands of light she shall hold the line, against the dragon's breath, the crimson flood, the endless frost, the serpent's coil, and the march of divine steel. Her path will be written in the dreams of the faithful, seen by those who wander the veil of sleep. To her they will call, the dreamer of salvation, the shield against ruin. Her throne not of inheritance, but of chosen fate, unyielding in its truth. Via dropped to the ground, bleeding out of her mouth and ears. Edwin and Merrick heal her, but she remains unconscious as the heirs approach the looming presence of Faithspire, uncertain of what to do next.
And that is right where we are going to go ahead and pick up, actually. So, picking up from there. Go ahead and transition here. The city of Faithspire looms in the distance. However, your approach to the city is much, much, much slower. The sails from whatever happened with Via, this vision she experienced, this prophecy that she has seen but has not yet had the ability to share with any of you in full yet. She currently lays flat on the deck of the ship. You can see there is this very slow, very irregular heartbeat to her. The blood seemingly has stopped streaming from her eyes, her ears, her nose, her mouth. But there is this like pattern almost that's like setting in on her face, like cracked glass from where the blood is like splitting and diverging in a very unnatural pattern. You wipe off the blood and you can see the crew has gathered now. I mean, it's hard to not. So when it comes to Via and the situation she's currently in, unconscious, unable to move, what would the four of you like to do in this moment?
I think after the two gents have healed her up a little bit, Xanthi is going to move to pick her up, just kind of saying to the others, "Should get her back to her room. Doesn't need to happen out here."
I agree. Let's go. Via, it's going to be okay. He's gonna pour some healing into her. No, it's not gonna do anything, but Edwin's slightly, if not fully, freaking out at this moment.
Yeah, Caitlin's like staring you down, Edwin, like, please do something.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
cure wounds, healing word. He's using all of his spell slots are being used up for this.
All right. So with that, you take her beneath, below deck to the cabin that she had been staying in. You lay her down on her bed, and you can see that shortly after you close shortly before you close the door, Captain Vela does approach and looking towards all of you, concern in her eyes, looking down towards Via. Is the princess all right? At least as far as you all can tell?
I don't know. We need to make port immediately. My healing magic is not working.
I was just speaking with the captain. It'll still be an hour or two. Most of the sails
Well,
are
can we go any
tattered.
faster?
They're getting
Leave
the
it to
oars.
me. I'll see what we can do. And Merrick will head up.
Do you all have any idea what happened?
No.
Joe, has Kaylin seen anything like this before?
Like this? No, nothing to this dramatic of an extent. I mean, people in the Serpent's Grove have, before maybe seen visions, but nothing
nothing like
nothing like this. No.
But we know that when she has visions, she bleeds like this. We've seen that before, right?
She has not shared with any of you the more intense visions, but you do know that especially from the rumors of her helping farmers, that there would be a small amount of blood, just like a little bit from the nose or from the ear when she would
something
foretell weather. Yeah.
Sure.
Is she still bleeding, or has it stopped?
Not anymore. Not bleeding anymore.
Okay.
Do we know anything like because her mom has had visions like this before, right? Yeah.
Nope. You guys do not know anything about
Oh.
that.
Okay, so we don't know like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, Edwin's going to check all of her vitals, Joe. At least make sure her heart is pumping correctly, that she's breathing correctly, that her muscles aren't seized up in any way. Like he's going full on doctor mode right now, trying to figure out what the heck is going on.
Yeah. Make a medicine check.
Please don't roll like last week. Okay, or just roll like last week.
It's a
with
good thing you guidanced yourself, am I right?
Well, could Kaylin, she would be holding Via's hand this entire
No?
time.
Okay.
And could she help him at all and give
I
him
didn't
guidance?
specify guidance.
Does
for myself.
Kaylin have proficiency in medicine?
No, but she worked in the alchemy shop for a long time.
She doesn't have proficiency? What?
medicine.
I will say that
Poison.
Edwin, you can add a d6 to your roll.
Oh
Woo!
my god, you're such a generous
Wow.
person. All right, ready? Preemptively, this is gonna be a 1. Hey, see, if you say it's the bad one,
You're
you
wrong.
don't normally better than what you say.
You were,
17.
you were still disrespected by the
worst?
dice.
Yeah, think the worst. Maybe it won't be.
There you go. Words to live by. So, Edwin, as you are examining Via's body and checking those vital signs, you have seen something like this before, at least from what you can recognize with a 17. She is in a coma right now. You're not sure how long she'll be in this comatose state, but I mean, even the most powerful healing magics tend to struggle with things like this, where because of the amount of energy she pulled from the font in that moment, the sort of source of arcane magic in the world, it seems to have overamped her entire body, her entire biological systems, and now her body is so incredibly close to shutting down. As far as Edwin knows about, it doesn't matter how powerful the cleric is. It will take time and constant checking in to ensure that she does eventually recover, but there's not really a timeline. It could be a year, or it could be 2 days.
Question.
Yep.
I know you said that no matter how powerful, is there anybody specifically that Edwin would know that would be more equipped for things like this? Obviously, it's a coma, but does he know anyone with the specialty of making sure those in these states stay stable, and they maybe have a track record of making sure when they come out of the coma everything's okay? Does he know anybody in this nature?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Edwin does. And in fact, Edwin, you are pretty sure that when you left the Nornathi lands, he was also headed back to his sort of main base of operations, which is in Faithspire, and that is Father Aldrin Stillwater. In the
Oh,
Nornathi, he worked consistently with individuals who were bordering on that realm of unconsciousness and that comatose state.
Just making sure that I understand the exact person we're speaking of. Yep, that's the person I thought it was.
Yep.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Edwin explains all of that in a very sporadic and kind of freaking out way while trying to keep his composure the best he possibly can.
Have we heard of this guy before?
Yeah, it's I would assume they have.
Mm-hmm.
Joe.
Oh, it's the one who basically told.
It's Edwin's
Yeah.
person who taught Edwin how to be a cleric, who then also told the spy master
Who's also
about his
Well, we're
family.
assuming told the spy
Yeah.
master.
Well,
sure.
it's
We
pretty
don't
big.
have
It's
concrete
very-
evidence yet.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
He's just one of the only people.
it's like a
that,
99% chance that he did.
Supposedly,
He's our
he's the
main
only other
scout
person that knows. So
Right.
unless
Okay.
Edwin told him.
But if
Well-
he can
well-
help Via, that's what we should do, right?
Yes, we need to find him immediately. Yeah, he should be here. This is the last place. When we came back, he was headed here, so he's around.
I can
We
send out word and send out the Darien Watch to at least investigate to make sure we know where he is. That way all of you can stay with her in the meantime.
Thank you.
Of course.
How close are we to land?
And by this point, Merrick, as you're sort of going up and you are, what are you doing as you're going towards, actually below deck to where the oars are sort of coming out from the side of the ship so they can oar into port?
I mean, looking around, this is a well-trained ship. We picked good people, so I assume there's nothing that they're missing of like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we forgot to unfurl this flag. Like, very
Yeah.
clearly, they're doing everything they can, correct?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay, then knowing how important it is to get to land, and especially because it's Via of all people, Merrick will kind of walk in and he'll see as they kind of... He's waiting for them to like start, because obviously there's... Do they have like someone like doing like a drum to kind of keep them in rhythm, or are they just trained to kind of move on like the same...
There is a
Rhythm.
drum to
Okay.
keep them in rhythm.
Okay. I would say as Merrick's just watching, he kind of waits and he takes a deep breath, but knowing that we have to get to land. And under his breath, he will just start humming a tune, one that he's known for a long time.
Yeah.
And hoping he doesn't regret it.
Merrick, as you do that, you can see the rhythm begins to pick up. The drum begins to drum with more intensity and more speed. And what would have been about an hour and a half to get into port is cut down to about 45 minutes. I mean, it is a considerable difference. Make a perception check for me real quick.
All right.
As you're singing the song, as you're, sort of focusing on the sailors.
So 14?
I mean, you can see the sailors, they sort of like look back and forth between each other, like themselves surprised. And some look back to you and sort of nod and then go back to what they were doing. Nothing out of the ordinary.
And I mean, even if Merrick stops humming, are they still going at that pace? Or does he have to maintain it?
They will for a while. But it is something that does need to be maintained all the way. I would say if Merrick stops, he'd probably get there in about an hour as opposed to 45 minutes.
Okay, then he's just gonna keep it up, and he won't go anywhere else.
Okay.
Just to make sure that it's as soon as possible that we reach land.
Sounds good to me. So, an hour passes. 45 minutes pass. Does anybody have anything they're doing aside from just hovering over Via to make sure she's okay in the meantime?
I mean, this is not the same as what's happening with Rainier. This is a very different type of comatose, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, then I will leave that be. Scary things are happening in other places. No, Kaylin's not going to leave Via's side.
good to me. So, all of you continue to either stay by Via's side, Edwin doing what you can to administer that, healing magic, checking in on those vitals to make sure that she's still doing okay, and kind of dreading what awaits you in Faithspire for many reasons. As all of you recall, the individual that is your informant here is the Spy Master. Given his closeness and proximity with House Emberlyn, he is so how Lady Alaris was there to help you plan for the festival. Sir Davian is here to assist you and with whatever you need, whatever you can think of to try and resolve this issue. But eventually,
Wait. Before we get there, I forgot that note, Joe. Actually, as we're getting closer, like 10 minutes. Yeah. Edwin does make that apparent to the siblings. Let's remember that the Spy Master is our point of contact here. We cannot let him know that everyone here is on to what he's been scheming.
Absolutely.
We are cordial. We are friends.
We can do this.
I think you also need to make sure you act that way as well, Edwin.
No, this is the reason I'm telling you. Please make sure I don't lash out because
Maybe you should let me do the talking then, Edwin.
Agreed.
We can't have you losing your temper now.
I'm going to try so hard. I will. I won't lose my temper.
Perhaps when we
Okay.
get into port, you can be the one that goes with Via to find your father Stillwater and ensure that she's safe there, and the rest of us can be the one to meet with Davian.
I think that's the best idea.
I would prefer if one of you goes with me with Via. I would not like to be alone with Father Stillwater.
I can go with you.
Keelan, I think you need to speak with the Spy Master. Merrick?
Marek is not here right now.
That's what
Sounds
he's
right.
he's not there,
You wanna
but Ryan
Well,
agrees to it.
Well, wait, well, it was supposed. This conversation's happening like 10 minutes before we get to port, so
yeah.
Edwin's supposed to. Yeah, he wants everyone to have this information before we get there.
Yeah, I'd say by that point, Merrick, you'd have done enough where they'll be able to get into port and not lose any speed.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Fine.
Thank you.
All
Right.
right. With that, eventually the ship slows as you make your way into the harbor. Now, the city of Faithspire, it is a beautiful city. There is no denying that. It is sort of built into this crescent shape on this coastline. It almost embraces the sea like a cupped hand. There are all these reflections shimmering across the dark water as the vessel approaches and prepares to dock. Moonlight catches these massive jade shards scattered throughout the bay, remnants of the shattering of Delucidic Spire many centuries ago. The city rises in two distinct districts before you. The Outer Crest, which is Faithspire's craftsman district. This is the origin of the city of Faithspire. This is how it started, as craftsmen who built and made things. It forms this protective arc along the coastline. Forges haven't ceased their labors in this night, despite the late hour. The chimneys still exhaling plumes of smoke that create soft halos of amber light over the district. The heart of the bay, though, there is this massive central island that gleams like a crown jewel. The Faith District, with white spires and domes that catch the moonlight, thousands of censers and candle flickers from temple windows along these processional paths. 4 great churches stand as distinct beacons: the imposing fortress of the Sanctum of Light, the harmonious curves of the Hall of Unity, the welcoming buildings of the Peacekeeper's Haven, and the sharp angles of the Purification Citadel. Dominating it all, though, is the Grand Rectory of House Emberlin, which is directly next to Sunvale Hold, which is the keep of House Emberlin. Now, the rectory is perched on its own small island adjacent to them, same as the keep. Its jade inlaid architecture, it gleams in the moonlight, and there are these 3 bridges that stretch like arms reaching towards the mainland, each guarded and ceremonial lit with these ever-burning flames. As you draw closer to the city, the air carries this mingled scent of sage and soot, incense and iron. The aroma is simultaneously acrid and holy. It leaves this unpleasant metallic taste on your tongue, yet somehow cleansing to inhale. The smell of faith and industry intertwine, singular breath of the city. Bell calls echo across the water, marking the evening prayer, while the rhythmic percussion of the night shift hammers provides the counterpoint that speaks to the Faith Spire's dual nature. Eventually, your ship docks, and you can see that even before your herald can exit, you are approached by a collection of members of the Order of the Broken Sun. As you see a half-orc man of this sort of like pale blue skin, these large tusks, and you can see he wears this heavy plate armor. In fact, it almost looks too big for him to a degree. I mean, he's standing with the armor probably 6.5, 7 feet tall. It seems as though the armor is adding to that imposing form. You can see his helmet is currently hooked on his waistband, exposing his face. As he approaches and says, "Who approaches so late at night to the city of Faithspire?"
It's the hand of the king. And we are here on urgent business.
And with that, I'll go ahead and share Captain Dawnguard here.
Oh
This
my.
guy's cool. I like him.
Let's not make him mad.
I like him a lot.
You see, he looks to you and he nods and says, "We've heard of the reformation of the King's Hand. However, the city of Faithspire is currently under the watch of the Edict of Vigilance. Your ship will be searched before we allow any of you to depart into the city. Please cooperate."
How long will that take?
Perhaps 20 minutes if cooperation is given, much longer if it is not.
That is fine. Make it fast. We have someone who needs urgent medical attention.
Very well. And you can see he begins to walk as there's about 5 other individuals that begin crossing with him. He's the only one in this big, heavy armor. The rest of them seem to be clerics. As I guess, Edwin, you would know for certain shard bearers. So you can see the half-orc man is flanked by these like 5 female spellcasters. And they walk onto the ship. And the spellcasters are going to move below deck, the clerics, but the captain is going to sort of stand near the gangplank, and he is going to look to you, Kaylin, and say, "Who is this individual that is injured? I may be able to provide assistance."
Our sister, Octavia.
The princess, yes. You see, he sort of
Kim's gonna
thinks
look at Edwin.
for a moment.
Wait, what did you say, Kayla?
She's looking at you for like permission for this man to see Via.
Yeah, Edwin looks and says, with all due respect, we are looking for Father Stillwater. We need his assistance.
You see, he thinks for a moment, sort of wrestling with it, but eventually he'll succumb and say, very well. If you and one other will answer a few questions I have, I'll permit you to leave before the searching is done with your sister. I'll make sure that the other Solars of the Broken Sun, that they escort you there.
He said you and one other. He's meaning Edwin and somebody else.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Is this an arc so you can leave, right?
Yeah,
that the
I was gonna say,
implication?
Isn't that the whole plan?
Yeah, no, there's a question that he might ask that I don't want to lie because I don't have very good deception. Because I would assume Edwin knows about this place and its whole thing with. Do we know about the whole prophecy bullshit? Like they're very stringent about prophecies.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know any of that? Okay.
I
yeah.
mean, I guess. Well, actually, no, because that was a cutscene you guys saw. You guys weren't there for that at all, and otherwise, you guys don't know about any other prophecies. Those are pretty closely guarded secrets of the church.
Well, I meant so much as like, is there a history of them being very, very like laser focused on prophecies? Like, is that something that they're like? We don't know what they do with them, but we just know that they're like. Prophecy? Where? Who said it? I wanted to know about it. I'm very, very interested in that.
The Church of the Broken Sun, no. They are more so looking for people that are trying to, that they believe pose a threat to the sanctity of the sun. So the same thing that they helped save, during the calamity of the Broken Dawn, they're trying to preserve that.
Ask your questions.
Very well. What is your purpose in Faithspire?
I mean, we're basically, this is Ryan talking, we're here to see the Lady Paramount, right?
Yeah, that's the honest truth.
Yeah, that was your mission.
See what the situation is there.
But we don't know any of this.
Well, I mean, obviously, we don't know anything that happened in the cutscene, so yeah, Merrick will just say that.
He nods. Well, I must apologize in advance because your work will be rather short. She is still cloistered within the rectory. Many weeks ago, she requested that no one disturb her. So that has been what has been enforced. So, you may try, but considering how the Lady Iridessa is, I do not believe that she will budge on it.
Which is totally understandable, but as it was a request of the king to send us here to check on the Lady Paramount, we will at least try.
Very well. On your journey from where you came, was there anything that was purchased that had been acquired? Any individuals, perhaps, that you collected on your journey here from shipwrecks?
Well, that seems specific.
That's oddly specific.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not like we can
Are the rest of
lie,
you
right?
still there, or is this just Edward and Marek? Like, did they get taken away?
We're all here, right?
No, you're all there.
Okay, I misunderstood.
But is he specifically, who is he asking this question to? The group
asking to
or
all of us,
specific to
yeah.
all one?
Yeah,
Everybody.
Okay.
I
we
mean,
did
they're gonna
acquire some goods.
wonder.
We can direct you to where
They are being stored currently. There was also an individual that was shipwrecked that we agreed to give escort. An individual that is connected to the Order of the Edict.
It had been reported that they had been seen on the Dragon Strait. Fights with Nornathi raiders. As
Yes, it seems they lost that fight.
Good. We will need to take this woman in for questioning, though.
Well, we assured her that she would also find safe passage home. So if you decide you need to question her, I'm sure that's fine. But we'd also like to see that she gets safely where she needs to be.
I'm sure she can find her own way. We agreed to get her to face Spile. You can ask your questions.
And make sure she can return home safely.
Same as with all of you, provided she cooperates, there will be no issue in her return to home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
You see, he looks.
Were all of you attacked on the way here? It seems strange to me that the Princess Octavia would be in such a state of disarray. The rest of you seem fine, in good health. What transpired to... Sick.
Clearly.
What type of sickness would need the high hand of the Church of the Unbroken to heal?
Magical. As you know, she is a student of the arcane arts. That is all you need to know.
You see, he narrows his eyes and steps closer.
That is all I need to know.
My sister is in a magical coma. After attempting a spell that she was not ready to attempt. I do not want to go into the details. We've given you the reason for her ailment.
She has been known to push things and experiment with things.
And
None
the
of us
father,
know her condition. That is why we need help. If you wish to inhibit us on seeking assistance for her, that will be noted. This is the health of the princess you are talking about.
I will have either Xanthi or Edwin. Either one of you could make a deception check with advantage. You guys are kind of 50-50.
I have a +2.
I have a -1.
All right, I'll do it.
Thank you.
Merrick, Galen, you want to tap my shoulder? No?
I
All
would
right,
be
cool.
deceptive.
Absolutely
Uh,
not.
Not
All
on
right,
this
here we
one,
go.
big dog.
Come on, baby.
There you go.
Hey,
there
let's
you
go.
go.
I will allow you to depart in this time and in this place to go seek healing and aid for the princess. But when she has awoken, she should report directly to our sanctum for questioning as to what spells she was trying to cast without the proper knowledge and skill to do so. Those who claw at the font can do irreparable damage to it.
She is a young scholar who is learning. She does not need to report to anybody.
If she did what she did, then she is also foolish. So,
Great, she has much to learn. Thank you for your well-being and your kind words and your concern. We will take care of our sister on our own.
would you deny an edict?
She
Would
can
you deny
report
the
once
hand of
she
the
is
king?
healthy. Kaelin, please. She can report. We do not wish to hide or cause any problems here. We are here to do the exact opposite.
Also, we
Forgive my
are
sister's Kaelin.
expected to be treated with respect as well.
I gave you nothing but respect from the moment that I stepped on this ship. In fact, I was going to permit you to leave to seek aid, but your Prince Edwin decided to omit truth.
I
And
did not
now
omit truth.
I am suspicious. It wasn't until I pressed you that you decided to divulge that it was a spell. Just she is unwell. How unwell? Well, it's from magic. With every question I asked, you gave a
Truth
little
is
more.
that we do not know exactly what has happened. We saw the consequences of it. We did not see what she was doing, nor what she was conducting, nor what she was pulling upon. We cannot give you the answers that you ask for. Perhaps when she's well, if she is permitted off the ship, then they can be provided. But your questioning here will gain no further information, nor what you seek. So please, what's your tone?
He looks at you all with a small smile and says,
I understand that as the princes and princesses of the realm, you are used to all people you interact with giving you kindness and fairness as they should, but also kissing the ground you walk on, raising it, and not questioning anything. But in case all of you forgot, the edicts established by queens and kings of Adaria, they override the will of the king should they conflict. The churches keep the people safe, where many kings and queens have failed to do so.
No,
I will give you respect, but respect is earned. I will consider this poor behavior a result of worry for your sister. Prince Edwin,
Grand.
Prince Merrick, you are permitted to leave. The rest of you will stay.
Oh, I'd be delighted to stay.
Let's go.
Do.
yep. And he just sort of watches the two of you walk off. And you can see there are four of the, not individuals in as heavy armor as him, but in sort of medium armor, a step beneath him, that form around all of you to provide you an escort to the Church of the Order of the Unbroken. But the rest of you stay on the ship. And the search ends up taking about 45 minutes. And you can see that the woman who was part of the Order of the Edict, Siltia, she's brought up by two of the Shard channelers as Captain Dawnguard looks and says,
Ah, you must be the guest who was saved from drowning. Very good. I would ask that you come with me to submit for some questioning, so we may determine your nature within the Dragon's Strait, so very far from Mirios.
and she kind of looks to all of you.
Unfortunately, he is requiring that you answer a few questions before they see to it that you are sent home. Just be honest, be truthful, and we can get this moving along.
She nods. And you can see her eyes are kind of like darting back towards the stairs where she had came from, the room that, the cabin that all of you had let her stay in. But she nods nervously and says, "Very well, I will submit to questioning if that is what is necessary."
Very good. You have treated us with respect, my good woman. You will not be walking to our church in chains. Please, follow me. The rest of you, you are permitted to go about your business in Faithspire, but please, before you leave the docks, ensure that you pay the tithing to House Emerald.
Of course. Which I'm sure we got off Edwin before he left.
Yeah.
You don't pay this guy shit.
Oh my god.
terrible.
Gonna make it worse.
I would not say that. But Caitlin has been staring daggers at this guy. She fucking hates this guy. Rude. Anyway.
All right. Fantastic. So with that, Edwin, Merrick, and Via head off towards the church dedicated to the
Unbroken.
Church of the Unbroken, the Peacekeeper's Haven. So the three of you head that way, but that leaves Sandy and Kaylin.
Woo!
Hilarious.
Make
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Yeah,
That-
see, Kaylin's doing daggers at fucking Dawn Guard, and Xanthi's doing daggers at Kaylin.
I'm sure it'll end well.
It's gonna go great. I have faith.
Yay.
We made the
Okay.
right decision,
Smile.
Merrick.
So as the two boys and Via are heading off to the Peacekeeper's Haven, Xanthi and Kaylin, we're going to go ahead and stick with the two of you. So what is your plan? Now that you're permitted to leave the ship, you need to pay the tithing. What exactly do you want to do?
We should probably pay the
Uh,
thing first, right?
Yeah, I mean, go to pay that, but then I guess. Do we know where we're meeting with Davian? Like, would that be like, is there like an established like reception hall or some shit here?
Yeah, I mean, under normal circumstances, you would have been greeted by Lady Emberlyn, and then most likely you would end up staying at Sunvale Keep. But you were not greeted by the noble family, the Lady Paramount. So you could always head to Sunvale Keep and potentially see what's going on. But yeah, as of right now, probably Sunvale Keep. But I mean, you weren't given much clearer instruction aside from that.
I mean, I guess that's where Xanthi would be wanting to head. And as if Kaylin, I'm assuming, goes with, Xanthi will kind of pull her in closely, a little bit aggressively, and just kind of in a hushed tone so the rest of the guards and like our kind of entourage doesn't hear. She's just going to say, "You can hold your tongue in these matters, please. You do no service to us, you do no service to Octavia. Now is not the time for your little outbursts and your little contradictions. Please."
What I say is for my sister. I'm not gonna have someone tell me that I can aid her when she is in need. And Kaylin is going to
Because
pull
what
away.
She said she almost did not get the help she needed.
It is because of what I said that she got the help she needed.
She'll
I will
scoff
watch what
and
I say.
just
I
keep
know how to
going.
play the game, Xanthi.
Evidently not.
Lead the way.
She'll be heading.
Okay. All right. So with that, you begin to make your way through the city of
Whose idea was this?
Faith Spire towards
God's.
Sunvale Keep. So the two of you, flanked by your 10 Adarian watch, including Karth and Captain Vela, as well as 8 others. Well, I guess that's a question. Did you restock on your one Adarian watch soldier that you were missing that got flung into the sea?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, perfect. All right. Soldier number 11 has joined the cause.
Yeah, that's why people hate us, because we're using terms like that. Restocked.
Fall
God
into
damn.
love. Yeah, topped off. It's like gas going to the gas station.
Wow.
Oh my god.
So yeah, you
Breaking eggs, you know?
yeah, just hey, it happens. So the thank you Smash Fever for subscribing on YouTube. Fantastic, love to see it. So you make your way in that direction. Now, the place where you docked was at that central island. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Beautiful Ape. Great name. As you make your way, and the city of Faithspire, especially within the Faith District, granted it's nighttime right now, but there is just this, it is a beautiful place. I mean, these pink and green trees, I mean, it seems to be not affected by the turning of autumn. You can see these tall, opulent spires. I mean, it is beautiful. Even at nighttime, you can see the candle smoke and the glowing street lights magically enhanced, as well as the smoke that floats from hanging censers off in the distance. But eventually you make your way to that bridge that leads to the smaller island where the rectory of House Emberland is, as well as Sunvale Keep. All of you, the two of you, cross that bridge, and eventually you can see the rectory, that beautiful, magnificent building, and the keep, which is smaller than the rectory itself, but still quite beautiful. And there you see, standing at the front door of the rectory, currently blocked off by two Order of the Broken Sun solar champions, wearing the same armor that Captain Dawnguard was. Standing there is a Leonin man, quite young, probably not much older than Merrick or Kalen. He stands there and says, "I will not stand for this. I have not seen my mother in over a month. You will open these doors immediately and let me see her. That is an order." You see the two solar champions, they look down at him because they do. I mean, even the Leonin man, he's quite tall. You know, he's maybe, on the lower end of 6 foot. But the solar champions just stand so much taller than him. They both look down, and one speaks through that helmed mask and says,
"It is under Lady Emberland's command that no one be permitted, under no circumstances."
"Well, as the man who will be Lord Paramount one day, I override that command. Just let me see my mother. I know she's okay." You see, they just go back up to looking ahead. Oh. I swear. Oh, and as the two of you approach, as the marching of guards, oh my goodness, Princess Xanthi, Princess Kaelin, I am so sorry. Please, I so much has been happening these past few weeks. I had missed your arrival. I had heard that you were coming from Skyhaven. I am Lionel Emberland, and he will give a very low bow. I am the firstborn son and only son of Lady Iridessa, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the city of Faithspire. I hope you'll forgive me and my tardiness. I greatly apologize. And I'll go ahead and share Sir Lionel.
I love him.
Observer.
Aww.
Oh, I love it.
He looks so
Little
sad.
boy.
That'd be
Yeah, because he's missing his mom.
My new favorite NPC.
Little mommy
Play
boy. Oh. I believe that,
Kalen.
given the circumstances, a lack of decorum can be permitted. However, we do wish entrance. I ask that these guards step aside.
He looks back towards the solar champions. Well, if you will not answer to the son of the Lady Paramount, perhaps you'll answer to the king's hand? The voice of the king, after all. You see they look towards all of you, to the two of you, and the one on the left-hand side, the same one that spoke before, will say,
If the King's Hand wishes to challenge the orders of Lady Iridessa, then so be it. They will need to deal with the fallout.
Lady Iridessa will be reminded that she is in service of the king, and therefore would do right to allow the King's Hand entrance, and an audience at that.
You will wait here.
and you can see the one will turn and he will open the door and move in and shut the door behind him, leaving only one out there. Oh, well, good. Thank you. Finally getting something moving along. I've been here every single day for the past 2 weeks trying to get one of the two of those great oafs to move.
Do you know?
You've not been able to get entrance into your own
Do you
keep.
know why? Gemma, fucking stop being the same person as me. Stop being synced up. I'm just not gonna talk. Go ahead, Xanthi.
Lady Kaylin, you were saying?
No, Kaylin has disintegrated.
I need to speak
You haven't
to
been
one
able
of
to
the
get
two
into
of
your
you.
own keep.
Oh, I understand. Sunvale Keep and the Rectory are not connected. They are two separate buildings. I've been staying in Sunvale for the time being, but my mother has been in the Rectory this entire time, for the past month and a half, almost. It's not unlike her. 2-3 weeks at a time is rather common, but this is ridiculous. So, provided we are not able to seek entrance, it would be my great honor to host all of you and your host here within Sunvale Keep. It's the least I can do for trying to assist. Well, I guess I
Would be
should
appreciated.
ask. Sir Davian had mentioned to me that all of you are coming to assist, but was there any particular reason, or was this truthfully a very high priority to the king?
The Crown has reason to be concerned about the health and well-being of its Lord Paramounts. And that includes your mother.
Well, that is quite nice to hear. I know that King Talon has never been the biggest believer, but it is good to know that he still understands the importance of House Emberlin, and to send the King's Hand nonetheless.
And if she has also been absent from the rest of her lands, then that is hardly appropriate for her position either.
Well, it is common of House Emberlin. It is not out of the ordinary. In fact, most view it as her duty to be within the rectories and the temples and the churches, to pray, to be a part of the faith. I understand that.
Such length?
Well, this is uncommon, but for members of House Folkrest, out and about to see the world and to adventure as your way, within the temples and in the cities as the way of House Emberlin, or at the Forge, either one.
Either way, there is concern about what exactly is happening to her. But you can attest that she has only been in the rectory?
Correct. No one else has seen her anywhere else, and she hasn't been in Sunvale. The head servant, Lara, hasn't seen her at all either. I've been having her up 24/7, out and about throughout the city, throughout the keep, trying to find anything she can if my mother has gone anywhere else.
And you do not hold any concerns for her health, for her safety? What exactly has she been doing?
My mother is a peculiar woman. She very much enjoys spending time within the rectory. She is a woman very close with her faith. Both
Yeah,
of you
but
can make an insight check.
This long of a time? Is this normal? I know people of my own who would go into a trance for days, maybe, but because it's been some time since we've heard from her, right, Joe? Like that was the implication.
Yeah, it'd been 3 weeks from when you guys left Skyhaven, and now it's been another week.
Damn, I felt pretty good about my 19, but I guess I go fuck myself.
Funny.
So here's the thing. Both of you notice that Lionel is lying. I mean, if my performance didn't make that clear enough, no, definitely. But Kaylin, you notice something else that I'm going to message you about right now.
Oh, crazy.
How do you spell Lionel? Okay, here we go.
Mr. Lion Man.
Yeah, you like that
It's a
name.
lion boy.
Lionel the Lion Man.
I was still typing, so
There you
who
go.
knows?
Okay, well, I had to remember how to spell Lionel. Okay.
Very difficult.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so there you go.
Alright.
Kaylin, that's what you notice. As Lionel says, so honestly, I have no idea. But
Why don't we have this conversation over a nice cup of tea? How does that sound?
I couldn't agree more. I think that is a fantastic idea. I did want to just wait and see if perhaps they would at least bring out my mother, if she would grace us. I know she's in the rectory, but man, still has not returned yet.
Let's go. I think a nice cup of tea will do you some good. Calm the nerves, get you to worry a little less. Clearly she's busy right now. We can come back another time and check.
And he's very confused, and at that point the door creaks open. And stepping forward is the same solar champion that you had seen before, and another man that all of you are quite familiar with, as this is the High Solar, Derek Marathis. This is one of the 3 heads of the Church of the Broken Sun. A Furbolg man who stands about 8 feet tall with the armor. Pale, dusty blue skin, long white hair pulled back into this braided bunch, a short cropped beard. You can see he has rosy cheeks and a rosy nose, but any amount of joy that you might associate with Nicholas of the Astral Sea, it is not found on this man's face. A permanent scowl.
Rumpy.
A grumpy little guy.
He steps out. Okay. He steps out and says,
The King's Hand. It is a great honor to make your acquaintance. I had not yet had the opportunity to meet any of the heirs. Thank you for coming to Faithspire, and Sir Lionel, thank you for your persistence and obvious care you extend to your mother. However, it is time I must be honest with you. And the 2 of you, if you are here to check in on the wellness of Lady Iridessa, understand she is as well as she can be. Seems as though dark forces have penetrated her mind. We took time to ensure this, and we believe that there is corruption within the rectory that may be affecting her.
We are not allowing anyone within the church to leave until we have rooted out that corruption and have dealt with it. Under the Edict of Vigilance, by royal decree of King Alistair Draven, it is well within our right to quarantine any individual, structure, or area suspected of harboring corruption, whether it be from the Void itself or from Kython influence. I understand all of you are here to investigate the well-being of Lady Iridessa. We will do what we can to ensure she is healthy and safe, but in the meantime, we cannot allow anyone in here or permit anyone to leave until we have rooted out that corruption and destroyed it. I apologize that you traveled all of this way, but the edicts override the will of royalty.
You will be able to provide more information regarding this corruption. I'm sure that is not against your edict, I believe.
Sadly, Princess Xanthi, in situations like these, when quarantines arise, we do not know who we can trust. For even King Alistair himself, who wrote the edict, who is a paragon of light and justice in Asamar, fell to the corruption of whatever sickly shadows whispered in his ears. Even the most vigilant among us can fall to it. So sadly, I will not share anything that I have learned, as I do not know if I can trust all of you. You have not sworn the same oaths that I or those solar champions under my band have.
But you must understand that we are not able to return until we are aware of what is going on here.
Then I
Till we have
recommend you
seen the
get
Lady
comfortable
Iridessa.
within the city of Faithspire, Princess Xanthi. There are many accommodations to suit the royal lifestyle.
We will return. There are members of the Hand that are currently missing, as you, I'm sure, are aware.
Very well.
Do not think that will be turned away forever.
I will also say, you are not aware of the capabilities that any of my siblings or myself possess. Are you willing to risk the safety, the health of the Lady Paramount, because you won't even give us the opportunity to conduct our investigation? That seems careless.
For both of you, I appreciate the tenacity, the courage, and the well-being that all of you harbor in this situation. But tell me, what experience do you truly have? As I recall, Princess Xanthi, you were assigned to the Adarian Watch as a captain, only to be removed for some particular reason. Assigned to hosting parties. And you, Lady Kaelin, you made potions and tinctures. What do either of you know about snuffing out corruption and shadow? I do not think enough. If I need a party planned or a potion brewed, I will be sure to enlist your services. For now, rest and enjoy the city of Faithspire.
And with that, he will turn and head back inside.
We were discussing tea, were we not?
Yes, very far away from here.
The door shuts. Lionel goes, I just wanted to be known. He only looked at me once that entire time. I was worth at least 2 glances as he heads off towards Sunvale Keep. All right. As the 3 of you, as well as your retinue of guards, head off to Sunvale, we are going to go ahead and cut back to Merrick, Edwin, and unconscious Via. We'll say that there was a stretcher provided that 2 of the guards are currently carrying.
Oh, thanks. That's good.
So it's not just like cradle holding her. But with that, the
I guess
2 of you eventually do arrive at the Peacekeeper's Haven. The 5 guards, they drop you off as the 2 of you enter, and there are, you can see in this sort of like front central area, there is a woman pacing about, as well as a cleric sitting at a sort of a desk at the very front to direct people to where they need to go. However, Edwin, you recognize this woman. You had not ever seen her before, as for as long as you've been a part of the Order of the Unbroken. She's been in Faithspire, and this is not somewhere where you have been before. But this is one of the 3 counselors. Not the highest point, that's the High Arbiter, that's the person who oversees everything with the Church of the Unbroken, but this is one of the 3 heads beneath him. Sir Sora Thalor, which also is a vassal of House Falkrest, so someone who technically is loyal to all of you. As she sees all of you, you can see the pale, dusty pink tiefling woman with the curled horns, wearing the blues, whites, and golds of the oh my goodness, no, that's not right. She's Church of Unity. I'm so sorry. That's not. You do not see her. She is not there. My bad. Too many churches, too many people. So sorry. You see a cleric sitting at the front desk.
We walk in. We are here to see Father Stillwater.
My prince, yes, he retired for the night, but I will go wake him immediately.
Please, immediately. Yes, please.
Yes.
And you can see she
Tell
gets
him
up.
that Edwin is asking for him.
Of course.
And she immediately runs off in the right direction, leaving the 3 of you alone in this sort of large chamber.
Edwin's just staring in the direction that cleric went.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Eventually, a few moments later, she does return with Father Aldrin Stillwater, the high hand of the Church of the Unbroken. As I will go ahead and share that image. Observer. Boop, 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 boop.
Boy,
This
Edwin.
guy.
I'm so sorry. I have to point out that as soon as you showed the image, the music went. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
It is. No, you're good. You're good. It is magical. Yeah, you see Father Aldrin.
My boy, my prince, Prince Merrick, the princess. Godspeed.
We are in need of your assistance, Father.
Yes, please, follow me.
And you can see haphazard, like only having thrown on his ceremonial robes over his night clothes.
Please, God.
And he'll lead you down through several different connecting corridors until eventually you arrive in what looks to be some type of healing chamber, a private one, very nice, very well decorated. And you can see that he instructs you to put her down on the elevated stone table with these sort of like runes etched into it.
Please. Set her down.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can tell me about what happened, about how she ended up like this?
And you can see his hands begin to glow as he's just doing some like investigating immediately, maybe casting a few healing spells.
Edwin looks at Merrick of like, do we tell the truth?
All we know is it's magical related. We don't know any details other than that.
Very
I've
well.
done all of the necessary checks. Her vitals are fine. No spasms, no seizures. She's breathing normally, but I've tried all of the healing magic at my disposal. She is in a magical coma of sorts.
God. You see, continuing.
You said it was inflicted by magic?
Yes.
I've seen something like this before, these comas. In my time in the Nonathi, there are seers in the Nonathi, as you know, Edwin. Sort of speaking to you, Merrick, to fill you in. These seers, their responsibility is to examine a child on their 12th name day and see what path they might take in their life, to glimpse their future, and then that child will receive a number of tattoos related to what events are seen. Sometimes those seers, for a child of exceptional renown, will do a great many things in their life. They can enter a similar comatose state like this. If you say it is magic and it aligns with that, I believe it may be related to foretelling. I know that, there are rumors of around Arkenvale in House Thornfield's land of foretelling the weather from the Windsight Princess, isn't that right?
Correct.
Do all of you think it might be related to that? Did you see it happen?
No, we found her like this.
There's no
But
telling
what
how
you're saying
severe it
makes
is.
sense.
I can see some remnants here,
And sort of tapping near the crusted of blood near her nose, eyes, ears, and mouth.
Was there anything you can tell me about the blood?
Is there
Yeah,
anything you could tell about the blood?
Yeah, Merrick will describe how it kind of took on that cracked formation that you were describing earlier in the session.
Cracked formation. That is
Can't
very
remember
interesting.
your exact words.
I haven't heard of anything like that before, but that is like glass, like tree branches. Fraction.
Not natural
Yes.
at all. Yes.
It's very interesting. Well, I can at least keep her stable, and I know a few other clerics that are rather talented at what they do. We can keep her safe and stable for the time being. And hopefully she'll awake within a few days. Hard to tell, though, if... depending on whatever she saw, if that is what happened. Depending on if it was a foretelling and how intense the prophecy or how intense the foretelling was, it could be... well, it could be months. There is a situation that arose many years ago, before you were born, Prince Merrick, and back when you were still in Skyhaven, Prince Edwin. There was an individual who experienced a prophecy of the sort. They were comatose for a year after that prophecy, and when they awoke, they could not remember their name, who they were, where they were, what year it was. They could remember nothing. The prophecy cleaned them out. A fresh
Well,
start.
Via's strong. That won't happen to her.
No, I hope
Look
not.
over her. Keep her safe.
We will do what
Keep
we
her
can.
stable.
Of course, of course.
Hey, Joe?
Yeah.
So obviously, for reasons we all know, we don't exactly have a ton of reason to be super trusting of this guy.
Correct, yeah.
Do I feel like he's saying anything with the intention to manipulate or lead astray? Possibly
ins-
giving a doomsday scenario in case he makes something happen?
Yeah, make an insight check.
If this turns out to be true, he's about to get the glicky, dude.
18. That's pretty good.
No, Merrick, as far as you can tell, it seems like he's being incredibly genuine and he is extremely worried for the health of the princess.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if I need to make a separate check for this, but also, you seem nervous that Edwin's right in front of him?
We'll say the same. The 18 is fine. No, he doesn't seem nervous. I mean, he seems concerned, scared.
Sure.
You know, he doesn't want to, God forbid, have anything happen to Octavia, you know, since Edwin brought her here. But he doesn't seem nervous at all now. I mean, not about you guys being here, but about being able to give Octavia the care she needs, because it's also the, you know, the princess is extra high stakes for keeping this individual alive
for sure.
and healthy. Yeah.
For sure. Okay. That's very interesting. But okay. We'll be sending some guards over just to be safe. I'm sure you understand she is the princess and all.
Of course, please send as many as you need. Whatever you need to do to feel safe about her being here, and any time well, you two or the other heirs wish to come by to check on her, the doors are always open. This is a haven for anyone to come to, not some sadistic ritual site like some of these other churches. Sorry, I should not have said that. It is late.
It's fine. Kind of glancing to Edwin, but if he doesn't have anything, then I think we're good to head out.
I'd say, I mean, glancing towards Edwin, Merrick, you can see that Edwin's fist is clenched. But he just, thank you.
Of
We will be
course.
back tomorrow
Yes,
to check in on her.
whenever you like. I will stay here until another comes to take my place, and if anything changes, anything develops, I will send word immediately. I would assume all of you are staying in Sunvale Keep then?
Of course.
Yes. Do not let anyone else see her other than any of us or clerics of the church.
The Church of the Unbroken does not have many edicts, but that is one we can provide. No one else will be able to see Octavia until we deem she's healthy enough. You have my word.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course. Of course.
We should go.
We should.
Please.
And
And he'll
turn and walk away.
gesture. Yeah. And two of you walk out, leaving Octavia behind. You know, you're fairly confident that she's in good hands, at least skilled hands. Whether or not you trust him, that's neither here nor there, you know. That's still up in the air. But you do know that he'll at least make sure that she doesn't die. You're confident on that. Too many problems otherwise. All right. But with that, the two of you make your way to Sunvale Keep. And I'll go ahead and inject you into the next scene when the two of you arrive. But Xanthi and Kaylin, you approach Sunvale Keep. It is a modest castle. I mean, it is very well decorated, you know, with blue and golden spires. But it is quite a bit smaller than the rectory itself. Not nearly as gaudy as the rectory. But as you approach, the gates do open for Sir Lionel. And you can see in the courtyard is a very strange looking woman. At first glance, you assume elven. Long golden hair and pointed ears, wearing servant's clothes in the colors of House Emberlin, these sort of whites, creams, and oranges. However, this is something that none of you have seen in quite some time, and at least if you have, you hadn't noticed. Some time ago in Adaria, there was a new type of construct that was invented. they were called the Synthar, where they were so incredibly human, so incredibly lifelike, an evolution of the Warforged. They were no longer robotic. They, provided that they had not been injured or they had not had their skin peeled back, they looked like real humanoids, not constructs. But this one definitely has seen some wear and tear and some age, and her eyes give off this golden glow, that ryanite core that powers them shining through. And you can see all along her neck and cheek, the skin is kind of fractured and cracked, almost like porcelain, revealing these interconnected metal sheets that bend and glow and breathe like real skin. It's very strange. But this is the head servant, Alara. So I'll go ahead and share her. Here, share, observer. So Lionel approaches and says, "Thank you, Alara, for keeping an eye out. And I remember you had said that I needed to greet the King's Hand when they arrived, and I forgot. I apologize to them, and I apologize to you now. I did not mean to forget. It's been a lot recently." And you can see Alara, she nods and will say,
"There is nothing that you need to apologize for, Sir Lionel. It is quite concerning, the situation you have found yourself in. I'm just glad that the King's Hand was forgiving. It is a great honor to make your acquaintance, heirs. Oh,
and you can see she'll give a sort of like stilted mechanical bow.
We were also expecting greeting from Davian Dallon. I do not suppose he is around these parts.
Yes, he is. He's been staying at Sunvale for the past few days. However, in the night is when he tends to go out and do his business, I suppose. He should be back within the next hour, I'd say.
Understood.
Well, please, let us head inside and get that tea we spoke of.
And so with that, the head servant, Alara, she will ask all of you for any items you wish for her to store in the meantime. Coats, bags, anything like that. And some of the servants, or some of your guards, they follow after her with some of the luggage that all of you have brought with you, and put that in the proper place. But you too follow Sir Lionel, making your way into Sunvale Keep. I mean, it is very beautiful. It has this like fire-kissed stone and these beautiful stained glass windows. These white spires, they're kind of veined with this amber ryanite that caused this perpetual golden shimmer over the gardens below. However, the keep is so incredibly quiet. It's not the bustling bastion of royal business that Dragon's End is. No, this is a keep that is reflective, almost like a church, truthfully. But eventually you make your way into the great hall where guests are typically held, and you can see a long table stretching from just in front of the doorway all the way to a raised dais where the seat of House Emberlin sits, the sun-marked throne. And all of you, the two of you take a seat, sitting across from Sir Lionel, and eventually Alara comes by and sets down some small snacks as well as some tea, and will pour for all of you as you're drinking and eating and talking, as Sir Lionel will say,
Well, I have to say, I once again am quite relieved that all of you would arrive, especially after hearing what I just heard. I must say, I'm shocked. I thought
So
that
it was quite obvious he was lying earlier, right, Joe?
Oh, Lionel? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, Caitlin's gonna cut him off and she's gonna say, alright, so now we're gonna start talking in truths. What is really going on?
My lady, I don't think I know what you mean.
And I would appreciate if you not lie again.
Very well, all of you, the two of you and the rest of the King's Hand are here to help. So it would be within my best interest to be honest, right? I think that makes sense. And the crown we can trust, because the crown is here to make sure that my mother is safe.
Caitlin is like tapping her clawed fingers on the table.
Yes. Sorry. It is difficult. Have you ever been sworn to secrecy by someone, and then in order to protect that person, you might need to divulge those secrets?
Yes.
You don't need to give all this preamble. Please, what you know.
Well, I'm sorry. The preamble is the only way that I can rationalize it in my head. I apologize. It's... You see, he kind of like raises his hand up to his face, moving around the whiskers and fur away from his mouth. Very well. There is some contempt rising within the churches of Faithspire. And my mother believed that it is something related to a prophecy that was heard many, many, many years ago. She believed that if she focused on it long enough, on the gods, on the font, on the world, that she could potentially discover something new. A new prophecy that would mean the old one could be ignored, or that it would work in tandem. It would give the churches something to unify behind. That is what she was looking for, because she, and I would say at that point, Merrick and Edwin, the two of you, are brought in by Alara, as Lina will stand. My Prince Merrick, my Prince Edwin, it is a great honor to welcome you to Sunvale. I'm sorry I did not greet you at the gates. I have been a little amiss lately. Please, have a seat. Have something to drink and something to eat. I know you must be famished after your journey. The Princess Octavia, is she doing well? Better?
Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course.
What was the prophecy? What was the original one?
Okay. I'll catch up later. And he just sits down and...
The prophecy was known as the Dawn of Unity. It was something that the High Arbiter, the previous High Arbiter of the Church of Unity, had seen many years ago.
And it said what?
It talked of a queen rising to claim the throne. That frayed threads of fate would be sewn together by her. A rain of ice, it says. Unbroken, stone unmoving. It specifically said that her crown was forged by pact of frost and flame. There was much dissent within the churches that a pact could mean something. And you see he kind of like, well, let me see here real quick. I don't have D&D Beyond pulled up. D&D Beyond. Game rules. Game rules.
Not a sponsor. Could be.
Nope. Could be.
Sponsor us.
Hey, D&D Beyond. No, Wizard of the Coast. They're cheap asses.
Don't speak bad about
Yeah,
them.
now we're never gonna
Take it back to D&D Beyond.
No, it's okay. They have a
Hold on to
fiduciary
my dream.
responsibility to their shareholders to maximize profits. Anyway,
And the sponsor we need is partyloot.com.
exactly.
Hey,
Check out our sponsor,
I'm
Party
gonna
Loot.
go to partylootapp.com.
Better than D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said it.
Thank you.
I'm gonna send a oh my god, what Spotify? I do not need you right now. Okay.
Send a message.
I'm gonna send a message to a couple of you.
While Joe's doing that, if you need to track your party's loot in a fast and easy way, instead of using Excel sheets, Google Sheets, fucking notepads, partylootapp.com's got your back. Free to use.
Plug,
Sign up
plug.
today. Oh, it's a very shameful plug, and I will do it every stream.
Okay. So there's that. And he'll continue speaking and saying, and there is also another part of it that grew more concerning as tensions began to rise between all of you. As the question of who would be named heir. And I apologize. I want you to know that I think all of you would make a fantastic ruler of Adaria.
I just need you to be honest, Lionel.
The prophecy goes on to say that through their reign, not only will fire bow, not only will that crimson tide break, but the serpent's coil shall falter, and divine sword shall kneel. At her feet the kingdom's strength shall gather, and the storm of eternity shall pass, leaving peace as steadfast as the mountain's heart. I think there is.
Joe.
Yeah.
Edwin's looking around at the table at the other siblings. Does he catch on that some of them might have caught on to something that's happening at this table?
Yeah. Quick, the other people that I messaged. Do you have any visible reaction?
Nope.
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 Okay. Well, fucking don't
Okay,
say it out loud,
Edwin-
you goobers.
You just asked out loud.
What are we supposed to do?
Message me.
Dad, was it just me that didn't know? Oh.
Correct. Yeah.
That
10
is-
passive
that is
perception.
hilarious. That is- I just want you to know,
I'll be over
I
here.
didn't put two and two together before one of you just said, well, don't say it out loud. That's how dumb I am.
I want to know.
Edwin has a visible, like, Edwin's like looking back and forth between Lionel and the person he's talking about.
Kalen's gonna say,
Sir.
this was an old prophecy, though. You said she was searching for something new. Do you think she received it, and that's why she's been gone for so long?
There is a reason why she shut herself in the rectory. There is a common precursor to receiving a prophecy. She had done a great deal of research. In fact, she had spent months within Tomehold researching prophecies from ages past. And the one common thread was before a prophecy, there was always something. Some type of precursor, something smaller, that was a crack in the dam that led to it breaking. She told no one else but me. She saw the return of Lazarus.
Come again.
Lazarus, the green dragon of the dragon's triarchy.
Yes, that part I understand. What exactly did she see?
She saw Lazarus sitting on the throne. That seemed good enough reason for her to delve into the rectory and try and find something, some type of proof or knowledge, some type of prophecy that could either prove what she originally saw wrong or provide further context. Because it could potentially not be Lazarus. It was a green dragon. How many of those? Do we know in Adaria?
Yeah.
And has she told anyone else of this?
No,
that you
no.
know of, at least.
Well, it was me and Alara. But Alara has been in the room the whole time, by the way. Lionel has paid no
I was
mind to
just
her
about
being
to
there.
ask that.
So she's chill.
Yeah. Alara is... Her prime directive is to keep the secrets of House Emberlin to herself. She would shut herself down and deactivate before she ever let our secrets go. She is...
And you?
And me keep the secrets of House Emberlin? Well,
She's still staring back, expecting.
I suppose that I have already broken that promise I made to my mother, since I have not kept the secrets of House Emberlin. Because I divulged them all to the group of you, but I have not ever done it before, I promise. My name is Lionel.
And you will not in future, yes?
In future, no, I will not. I do not have much to my name or to my feats, but I will keep the secrets of House Emberlin. And I hope that all of you can give me that kindness back, since I divulged something that I was not meant to share with anyone.
Lionel, is there another way into that chamber?
I don't know, truth be told. I tend to spend more time in the craftsman's district than within the rectory itself. I had not, I do not know the layout very well.
Do any of those potential maps that we bought, would they have more specific things like the rectory itself?
Yeah, there were, as you look in the maps, it does seem as though there are some older smugglers' routes that didn't end up going through the rectory.
Pull that shit up. Try and work something out. I guess also
like that
using
shit.
Lionel's information.
Yeah. So the smuggling route that you see would enter through, it looks to be a lower level of the rectory, specifically through the sewers, the latrines that exist within the basement of the rectory. So you would have to traverse through the sewers and then climb upward through the toilets.
Ooh.
Mm.
Shawshank.
So we're not getting into the rectory.
Oh, we're getting into a rectory.
That's why it's got the rain. The name.
Yeah.
No.
Go straight up the bottom.
Aelin would tell Edwin and Merrick about what happened and how they were not being allowed in, just to kind of like clarify why this question's being asked.
Of course, our work is has to be difficult. Do we have the map out right now? We're not pulling this map out in front of Lionel, are we?
I mean, I was
I
saying yes,
mean,
because like he knows what
yeah.
the interior looks like. We can tell what's like still, accessible and where there would be problems or anything,
Is
And
this
is he really going to be mad? Like, go ahead.
Is this a smuggler's map?
In the hands of the king.
Where did you get a
King's Hand,
smuggler's
yeah.
map from?
We acquired it, and it is none of your business and where it is from.
Oh, so I must
We will deal
divulge
with
the
it.
deepest, darkest secrets of House Emberlin, but meanwhile you can't tell me where you purchased a map from? A fair trade, I think.
Considering we're going to help your mom, yes, it is a fair trade.
And considering your position, yes.
All right, I get it. I am very lucky that all of you are here. Thank you, my princes and princesses. I am forever in your debt, provided my mother gets out of there alive. If not, we're definitely going to have some problems on our hands, but until then, I can keep a cool head and not worry where you purchased a smuggler's map for my city.
And you can also keep your secrets.
For the king's city.
For the
All land of
king's
Adaria
city.
is under the crown.
But we understand that this is where you are from.
We're getting off track here.
I will say the last time King Talon was within Faithspire was before Princess Octavia was born. I understand he's a busy man.
Hold your tongue. And yes, focus on what we are asking. On getting to your mother.
We appreciate your cooperation with all of this, and we appreciate if you would keep the secrets moving forward. Just that. Secrets.
You see, he's looking at all of you now. This like puzzle pieces are putting together. Oh, I get it now. I understand.
Good. Lionel, is there anything else you would like to give us in the ways of information?
I can't think of anything else that would help the current situation.
What about related to Davian? Have you been in much contact with him?
Yes, he stays for breakfast and lunch, and then he goes about his business throughout the city for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. He should be returning back any moment now.
And as it relates to the Lady Paramount? How has he been handling and dealing with things?
Collecting information as he does. I don't know too much. He told me that any information he gathered was to be shared with all of you, that it was not for my ears, which, very well, he is a spy master. I'm not on the council, nor am I the king, so I thought it was only fair.
Well, if by chance you happen to run into him before we do, please ask him or tell him we would like to speak with him.
Very well. I will
What
do
time is
so.
it?
At this point, I mean, it's pretty late. It's actually October 5th at this point now, I think, where it's like 1 a.m.
Because if he does all his work at night, then hopefully we go to bed. He'll just hopefully be here in the morning.
Yeah, probably. Well, please allow Alara to escort all of you to your rooms. And I suppose I will see all of you in the morning then.
Thank you. I would like to speak with my siblings alone before we are escorted, but we appreciate it.
Very well. Use the hall. Come out when you're ready, and Alara will take you to your rooms then. Thank you. Hand of the King, it is a great honor to have you within Sunvale Keep and the city of Faithspire. And he will give a bow, and he will have it, as well as Alara following behind him.
Hang on. Prince Lionel.
Yes.
Merrick will stand up and walk over to him and extend his arm. We'll do everything we can for your mother. On that, you have my word.
Thank you, Prince Merrick. And he'll return and shake it. And you can see a little bit of the tension relax, just a bit.
Cool.
Okay. Prince Lionel will head off, leaving the four of you together alone within the Great Hall of Sunvale Keep.
I don't like that you said the four of us.
It's a shame she's
If the
dead.
court-
No!
Whoa!
That escalated.
Meet our other sibling, Toctavia.
Octavia.
Or just spell Octavia with an A. We'll go through the alphabet. Once the door
It's
is
her upper
closed.
number.
Yeah. Edwin immediately kind of turns towards Xanthi and goes, Xanthi, may I ask something of you?
Yes.
Can we keep the reminders of who we are and what we are to a smaller number? I understand that this is the kingdom and these are our lands and we are the hand of the king, but I feel as though you might be using it just a little much.
Do you not see it as important, though?
It is
Do you not
important,
see the
but
way that people are talking to us, denying us entrance to Lord Paramount's, speaking down to all of us? Do you not see that this is the reason why this kingdom is in the state it is in?
right, but
People
we have to
hold
pick
no
and
respect
choose
these
who we
days.
do this to. Lionel is our friend, and we are trying to help him, and he is trying to help us. We do not need to hold our station above him when he is an ally. Now, to enemies, yes, go at it. Use it every single time as much as you possibly can. But to our allies, we need to think and act and treat them as though we are on the same page and of the same cloth, which we are.
It's these slips that let enemies act against us, that give them their confidence.
They're not slips, Sandy, and I just said allies.
Within a
Just-
distinction, I feel.
Within a distinction. Lionel is an exception. I think that we are in territory that in some stations is above our jurisdiction with all of the edicts in the churches. The churches, unfortunately, play by their own rules. And unless we want to go to war with all of them, we need to choose our words wisely.
And then what if when we arrived here, when we were still on the ship, when we were being questioned then?
And it was very
Was that
uncomfortable.
choosing battles? I do not hear you given the same words to Kalen for disrespecting him, for trying to make an enemy of the Church of the Broken Sun.
He directly disrespected us. Lionel was just trying to help his mother.
No, but that is a good point, Kaylin. We all need to agree that we use these things sparingly.
I've barely spoken a word since we've been here.
I know.
Yet you managed to instantly
This is
disrespect
not
the
supposed to
edicts that
turn
happened,
into
and the
a
church-
Disrespect!
fight.
He disrespected us the
Ugh.
moment he came onto our ship. What do you mean, Xanthi?
Please, this is not supposed to be a fight. I'm just asking. if
It's not a
moving
fight. Every
forward-
time I open my mouth to say anything, she has something to say in response.
At this point, I feel like locking the two of you in a room until you all agree with each other is the best point to get past this. Both of you have been at each other's throat for months. Please, stop playing nice. Let's just try, while we're here, in Faithspire, of all places, be gentle in our responses. The politics here are different. Sorry for raising my voice.
You're forgiven. I also recognize that we need you to be able to communicate with these churches. I believe it would be most appropriate for you to be the forefront of that. You understand beyond all of us how they operate, yes. And now it's time to use that information.
I don't disagree, I just don't like it. Very well. I will try my best to approach the churches in a manner that they understand. I just want it to be known I'm not trying to bicker or put anyone here down or say that someone did something worse than the other or no one's at fault. I just moving forward.
We need to find a way into the chamber.
Yes.
We need to hear directly what these prophecies are and what she's seen. For the safety of the realm, the kingdom, of everyone, I think it's incredibly important that we have a firm understanding of whatever prophecies are coming about.
Agree. And what luck we came across this map.
Great, let us look at it.
One last thing. A question or opinion needed to all of you. Should I or should I not be in the room when we talk to the spy master?
You
should
have to be there.
I mean, we could say that I'm off doing something.
No,
No,
it's
the more things that
suspicious.
are off what is expected,
Yes. All right.
it will raise alarm.
Okay. All right. Let's look at this map.
Yeah.
Right
So
click investigate.
yeah, as you look at the map more, yeah, it seems as though the only smuggler's path into the rectory, it would be from the entry point would be in the craftsman district, and then you would end up walking about 3 miles through pipes underwater, and then you would come up on the other end within the rectory.
Anyone have prestidigitation by the chance?
Yeah.
Via did.
Oh, sick.
Nice.
Hard to sneak around if we smell, you know?
Think
You said
he-
3 miles?
3 miles.
That's insane.
It could be something else. We could keep looking.
I love this
know.
idea, actually. I think
Does
it's
anyone
great.
know how to build a raft? Well,
This is the most direct route.
But there could be another one more that's preferable.
What, are you afraid to get dirty?
Is
it's Andy's. Yeah. No inside check needed.
Yeah, no. I ain't waiting for your shit. What the fuck, man?
Xanthi, I don't think there's another option. Maybe that specific day, don't wear your points to her
White.
entire white, blue, and gold attire.
She's trying so hard to stomach. Oh.
Maybe I'll
Sandy
keep
just
looking
auto
for the
fails
map.
every con saving throw as you travel through that place.
I'm sure there's something else we are missing. These are old maps after all.
I mean,
It might be blocked off. That is true.
It's like the most direct route to me.
I don't see any others.
Great.
Xanthi,
I'll find one. I'm sure.
all right.
I'll
You can
find one.
try. Xanthi, are you okay?
He's afraid.
Just thinking about the smell.
I've been through worse. It's not that bad.
The gags a little bit.
It's not that bad. You'll get over it in the first
Mile
45
or
minutes.
Mhm.
2 miles.
It's for the good of the kingdom. He'll be fine.
Merrick, you can walk 2 miles in 45 minutes.
You can't.
I don't know what a mile is. Is that far?
Oh, it's far.
Okay.
Pretty bad.
1 mile is 1.6 kilometers.
So it took like 3K? Is that it? 2 miles? Yeah, right?
Yeah, a little more. Yeah.
So 4.8 kilometers is how far we gotta walk.
4.8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For 3 miles. Yeah.
It's 40 minutes.
You guys need to get out more.
You apparently do. What the fuck? How long
Nah,
does it
Mary-
take to walk that long?
Merrick's in super good shape. He goes fast. He can bonus action dash. I mean, he's got this.
If we run, it'd be like 20.
Okay.
Anyways, we're focusing on the wrong thing here.
So, the group of you, with some semblance of a plan, and potentially, within the next day or two, delving into the sewers of Spire. That'll have to be something that we investigate tomorrow, as all of you are heading off to bed then.
Yeah.
Baby time.
Well, hold on. Didn't we say Davian mother bitch
Oh, actually, yeah. We should
will
wait
be
for him
here
to
in like
wait.
an
Yeah,
hour
yeah.
or some shit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
No,
wait,
in the
it's 1 o'clock in
morning.
the morning.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m.
Yeah. Fine, I guess.
Man, if you want to wait till 8 a.m., you are more than welcome to. Merrick's going to bed.
Fine.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So, all of you head off to your respective rooms and head to sleep. There are no nightmares. There are no foretellings. There are no bad vibes, as all of you are able to sleep in the night, and eventually you wake up in the morning. All of you head down to that grand chamber where you had been the previous night to discuss with Sir Lionel, and there you see Sir Lionel, Alara, the servant, and Sir Davian, as they are currently eating breakfast. As Sir Davian and Sir Lionel will stand as all of you enter, and Sir Lionel will say, "Oh, King's Hand, it is great for all of you to join us this morning for breakfast. Please, Sir Davian Thalon, Spy Master, and a great servant of House Emberlin. Please, have a seat." And Sir Davian, he will bow towards all of you and say, "It is great to see the King's Hand once more. As I heard from correspondence with Lady Alaris, your planning for the Sentinel Festival went quite well. I look forward to attending the festival myself to see what exactly all of you have deemed best for recruiting such a prestigious position."
Be a pleasure to have you.
Of course, and should any information be needed on these candidates for Sentinel, I would be happy to provide it. Once we know who they are, of course.
Of course. Well, anything you can get us up to speed on?
Yes, I do have some information that I think would be quite helpful to all of you, and whatever you determine to do next. So, from what I had heard, all of you, at least 2 of you, Princess Xanthi, Lady Kaelin, you had attempted to make entry into the rectory, correct?
Yes, last night we were still barred from it, though,
Yes.
under directives of one of the edicts.
Ah, yes. The Church of the Broken Sun has been attempting to use that edict quite a bit within these past few weeks here. The Edict of Vigilance was established by King Alistair Draven long ago after the calamity of the Broken Dawn. It was established in effort to make sure that nothing like that could happen again. As one of the reasons the Kythons were able to achieve what they did was through the aiding and embedding of the various churches and corrupted nobility within Adaria. So, no more was that allowed to happen. The Church of the Broken Sun, specifically the High Solar, who in this happenstance also happens to be one of the three heads, Derek Marathis, as well as nobility, it's given him quite the incredible sway to do as he deems necessary. But that's what all of you have seen already. What I also know is that the leader of the Church of the Broken Sun, the High Sunkeeper, Alindra Brightspot, is not exactly keen on what Derek is doing, but sadly she does not have the ability to stop him. It is well within his right, according to the edicts, to do what he deems fit. However, there has been whispers that she has been trying to reach out to the other leaders of the other churches to try and get something to happen. If enough churches, with enough of their edicts, I'm sure there's some loophole to get past it, especially to save and remove from the situation the Lady of House Emberlin. So it might be worth it to go investigate there, or there are some servants who have told me that at one point in time there were secret passageways between the keep and the rectory. They said those had long been blocked off, but perhaps they might still exist. No one knows where they are, though, sadly. And finally, there is a rumor stirring about that I have done my best to keep under wraps. There were a few sailors that went drinking last night and began to talk about something they had seen on the ship. Princess Octavia, tattering sails, light pouring from her eyes, whispering something as she collapsed to the ground. Anything you'd like to add that may be useful for me to know?
So are
Make
we
sure
telling
that
the
rumor
truth?
stays squashed.
Well, there's the answer.
Very well. As you commanded, my prince. I will do what I can, but rumors spread like wildfire. We will see what we can do to keep it under control. My only worry is, should the Church of the Broken Sun hear such things, it could mean they put Octavia to the question. There's not much that all of you can do to stop that. Talon, King, he could try, and they would bend to his will, but it would do irreparable damage.
Very intend to question her when she does recover. The extent of which, well, we do not know, but if these rumors could at least be stayed until that has happened, that'd be appreciated.
Yes, I will do what I can. However, it may require royal intervention. We shall see, though. Well, in terms of anything else that I have gathered, I think that most importantly, there is a negative view on the King's Hand within the churches. Word spread of what you had accomplished in Rosemont, and even some of what happened in Skyhaven, and it seems as though the general consensus from many of the priests and workers and nobles that while all of you successfully stormed a keep and defeated the bandits that had infiltrated it, seems as though most individuals believe that some type of civil war is inevitable. As it seems as though you all are making a gauntlet of trying to bicker in front of as many people as possible. At least that's what they say. So if I can give you one piece of advice moving forward, it would be to work together. And even if you do truthfully despise each other, at least in front of other people, try not to.
Fairly
Yes.
noted.
I figured all of you would take that as well as you did. Well, it is time I get some sleep. I had been up all night. Farewell, King's Hand. Good luck on whatever you attempt to accomplish today. If there's anything else you require of me, do not hesitate to ask. I am at your service.
I mean, do we want to run him through our, current route in that we've got going? I don't know what the vibes are here.
I mean, yeah, he's the spy master. He might have some options on that being down there that has nothing to do with the Edwin stuff. He would want us to
Yeah.
get in there, right?
He doesn't want to make himself look suspicious, so, he has every reason to help us.
Mhm.
I think we should. Then we do. We tell him of our
Yeah.
plan.
Very interesting. A smuggler's
Unless you
map,
have other
say?
options.
You see, he thinks for a moment. Those old smuggling channels, I thought that they've long been abandoned, as most piracy within Adaria has been dealt with by House Taurus. So the smugglers' pathways would most likely be abandoned unless some type of creature had moved its way in there. Considering the Ryanite within the mines of Faithspire. Could be something. It might be dangerous, but I do think it would be your most direct route. In fact, I think it'd probably be the most dangerous path you could take, but the most direct one. Do you have these maps, these smugglers' pathways you talked of?
We do, yes.
Would I be willing to... Would you be willing to let me see them? Sometimes you can tell by the way that they were inscribed, the codes that were used, and the types of drawings, approximately when it was from. The more recent, the better. Less likely that the pathways have collapsed in the meantime.
No, we would appreciate your aid in this.
You can just go get them, I'm sure. I don't know how big they are. I don't know if we can just have them on our person or not, but whatever. We give them to him.
Very interesting. These are rather recent, within the past 50 years. There must have been some rather entrepreneurial pirates. Made quite the effort. Well, I think that you'll be able to verse through them freely, at least in terms of no cave-ins, and probably no pirates. But I would say that it's most likely that there are quite a few creatures that could be lurking within those tunnels.
And before these maps, have you had any inclination that these were being used so recently?
Me personally, no, not within Faithspire. Most smuggler activities, well, I tend not to keep an eye on it, truth be told. Most smugglers are just trying to make a profit. Anything that would be a threat to the kingdom would be things that need to, make their way to where I would see them.
Still, nonetheless, a direct line into, well, the rectory. I believe it'd be worth knowing who's been using these, who knows about them.
It's a very good point. I will investigate that, Princess Xanthi.
Thank you.
Very welcome. Anything else? Any other questions you might have that I could hopefully provide some type of context for?
You seem confident there might be creatures down there. Any idea what kind?
Well, I think that there could be your run-of-the-mill rats, of course. Given the Ryanite, they could be infused with some type of magical essence. A little bit more dangerous. Oozes, perhaps, I'd be on the lookout for. And considering you're going to be underneath the ground, there is a chance that there could be remnants of Kythons there. They were known to lay eggs within the various tunnels and sewers, most of them forever dormant, but sometimes they do hatch, and a creature is found now and again. Might be wise to take part of your detachment with you, unless you think that would cause too much noise. Do whatever you think is right. However, could be more dangerous than what you anticipate. Or perhaps there will be nothing. And more foot soldiers, more guards will only mean more noise.
Fair enough. I have nothing else.
When was the last time that you saw the Lady Paramount?
It would have been the last time I was within Faithspire. Lionel, when would you say that was? 4 months ago? 5 months ago? I think that's right, yes. 4 or 5 months. Yes. So, 4 or 5 months ago, she seemed in good spirits and in good health.
And you've heard no word of her since?
Well, the only thing I've heard is that there is an inability to speak with her at all, and that she locked herself away within the rectory for quite some time. 3 weeks seemed rather normal, but longer than that was very strange. But sadly, Lionel
no word
here
from
doesn't
her.
know anything more. Any word from her? No.
Suppose we have other people to see today, then.
I believe so. And I have some sleep I desperately need to catch up on. Good luck. And I'm here if you need me. And with that, he will back up from the table and he will head off to his chambers, leaving the 4 of you and Lionel in the room together. Well, please, eat. Enjoy your breakfast. Okay. Now, as all of you are eating, is there anything else you wanted to discuss with Sir Lionel, or just eating so you can get a start on the day?
I think we're good.
Yeah,
And then I think
don't
we're
really have
happy to
anything.
go see Belinda Brightspark, yeah? Because we also had a potential in with the I am blanking. The church that like their whole thing is like with like helping the crown and shit.
Church of Unity?
One
Yeah.
thing,
Hold
Tempest
on.
to
Yeah. Well, no, hold on. No, that was another thing. Oh my god, we talked about this last week.
the zealots.
Oh, yeah, the Cleansing Tempest.
Alondor.
Yeah, Cleansing Tempest.
Yeah.
Cleansing
Yeah.
Tempest. Yeah.
Yeah.
we still have potential in with them as well, right? Like if we're needing to get support from more of the churches to kind of go past the edict,
Yeah.
we can still kind of look at them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have the day's agenda. Woo.
Sorry, I just thought of something. On those smuggler maps that we have,
Mm-hmm.
the church where Via is, are there any smuggler routes into that church?
On this map, no, none into
Damn
the
it.
Haven.
Why do we need smuggler routes?
If the church is trying to get to Via, I thought that might be a good way to get her out. But-
Oh, to
How
just
far-
bypass that? That's sus as fuck, man. Oh.
Oh, yeah, because everything else is going just awesome.
I just, I
How
don't know.
far
I
away
think
is that church from us? Where Via is?
Maybe a 45-minute walk.
Damn.
It's a pretty big island.
Damn.
Probably 20 minutes away from the other two main churches that you guys are going to go to. Okay.
I like
right.
eat up, walk up, church up.
Yep. Alrighty. So all of you gather your things and head off. Are you bringing any guards with you?
Yeah, imagine we all bring like at least a couple, 3 or 4.
Into the
How
We
many
don't need like
Sears?
the whole detachment, right?
Well, we're going to the churches first, right? We're not going to the sewers right now?
Yeah.
Or are
Yeah, we're just going around town.
Totally fine with just a few. We want to send a few to post up to be with Via, right? Just in case.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll take like 3 or so. We can have like 2 go watch over Via, take shifts, whatever.
Yeah.
Merrick specifically asks Karth to go watch over Via.
Okay. He will gladly accept and go do so.
Karth
Oh,
will nose
Karth.
down.
He might.
Okay. All right. So with that, you gather your items, you gather your supplies, and you head off into the city of Faithspire. We are going to go ahead and move away from the kids there, from the heirs, but we're not going to go to a break
That's it.
just yet.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to travel back to the Highlands.
Back to the past. Oh.
We are going to go back to Skyhaven, actually. A long, long, long time ago. Almost 40 years in the past. Scene opens in Skyhaven, the ancestral seat of House Falkrest. Inside the keep, torches and magical light illuminate the stone corridors. A young Talon Falkrest, not a drop of gray in his hair yet. Lord Paramount of House Falkrest at the current time. He walks hand in hand with his 5-year-old son, Edwin. The boy is slight of frame with dark curls and round glasses perched on his nose. He wears green, white, and brown, colors of House Falkrest. Those clothes are simpler than court attire. They walk through the children's wing and eventually walk in front of the skyward window to Edwin's bedchamber, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone. As Talon begins to speak.
And Master Eldrum says your comprehension of history is excellent for your age. He's quite impressed.
I remember all of the names of the dragon's triarchy, like Darion, Xantorix, and Xancerus.
That you did. And what of sword practice today?
A little less enthusiastically.
I tried really hard, but Rainier is so much better than me. I don't think it's fair. Why do I have to fight against him? Well, I would hope that Rainier is a better swordsman than you. But I wouldn't worry too much about comparing yourself to him. You still have a long way to go, and he's a good teacher.
And the two of them make their way to Edwin's bedchamber. As the door opens, it is cozy despite the stone walls. A 4-poster bed with forest green curtains dominate the one wall. Bookshelves line another, filled with children's stories, histories, and a few trinkets from Talon's journeys before ever having Edwin. Gifts that he gave Edwin. And sitting in the center of them all is a simple carved dove, the item Edwin chose in his choosing ceremony. Edwin climbs into bed while Talon lights a few more candles with a simple gesture of his hand, that bardic magic, a whistle, off his lips that lights them. The room grows warmer with their glow. Dad, can you please tell me a story before bed? He's sitting down next to him. Well, of course I can. I'd be happy to. What type of story do you want to hear? Edwin thinks for a moment, his expression suddenly clouding with sadness. Can you tell one about Mom? Talon's face falls slightly, a shadow of grief passing over his features. He takes a deep breath. It's a story that's both happy and sad, Edwin. Is it mostly a sad story? Oh, no. But yes, the day I met your mother was one of the best days of my life. But it's sad because she's not here with us now, and she never will be. I can tell you this story because it's a happy one. But even happy stories can make us sad sometimes. Are you all right with that? Edwin nods solemnly. He pulls the blanket a little higher. And then Talon raises his hands. A soft, white-blue light begins to emanate from his fingertips. Magic swirls in the air between them, forming shapes that resemble these inky sketches coming to life. Once upon a time, long ago, there was a young man who had just celebrated his 18th birthday. He decided that it was time to leave the city of Crown's Rest behind. Magical light forms into the skyline of Crown's Rest, with its tall spires and floating keep of Dragon's End. His name was Talon, and he wanted nothing more than to live a life of adventure. He had heard stories about the great heroes of House Falkrest, and he had dreamed of becoming one of them. Edwin, interrupting. But Dad, you are one. You are a member of House Falkrest. The magic illusion wavers as Talon laughs, and it slowly fades as he breaks concentration, and he smiles at Edwin. In blood, yes, I am House Falkrest. I was. But at that point, in spirit, I wasn't yet what our house stands for. You see, those of House Falkrest, long ago, your grandmother included, we went out into the world to help people. We traveled far and wide and embarked on great adventures and fought fearsome monsters. The men and women of House Falkrest were never meant to sit inside stuffy halls playing political games. No, we were meant to go out into the world and help those in need. And so, that's what I was determined to do. Okay, please continue. And so, as he moves his hands back up and the magic begins to come back to life, that young man got on a boat and sailed away. He had always heard stories of that magnificent city of mages off the archipelago, and so he traveled there first, the city of Mirios. Along the way, he fought sea creatures and pirates, growing in skills and learning more about the magic he could call upon and how to wield the blade that was gifted to him by his mother. She gave you Dragon's Bane? You took the sword of the queen with you? No, said the magic dims once more. No, she didn't give me the blade of the ruler of Eteria, as gladly as I would have taken it. She gifted me a weapon that belonged to my uncle, Lindren Falkrest. He was a paladin of great skill, and as she would say, a man who kept them all safe, even in those dark times. And Talon's hand weaves this image of a gleaming mithril sword surrounded by soft light. Its name is Lightseeker, a blade forged from beautiful mithril, enhanced to amplify the magic I could cast, especially healing magic. Oh, okay, you can continue. Once again, the illusion expands, showing a coastal city of spectacular beauty. with golden shores and gleaming white spires reaching towards a perfect blue sky.
After several months of sea travel and various adventures, we finally arrived in Mirios, a truly breathtaking city. Imagine the arcane wonders of Tomehold, but with the grandeur and scale of Crown's Rest.
The illusion grows more vibrant and detailed.
The shores gleamed gold and white, sands so clean they sparkled like crushed diamonds. The water was so perfectly blue. It looked as though the gods themselves had painted it fresh each morning.
As you can see, there's this conjuration that adds this like paintbrush that covers the sea that had been conjured with a fresh coat of blue.
Spires of ivory and crystal rose from the cityscape, catching the light, dazzling arrays of color.
Edwin watches, absolutely enthralled by the magical display and his father's words.
But I felt drawn to the city by something more than its beauty. Something I had glimpsed in a vision. A strange compulsion I couldn't explain. There was something or someone in this city that needed me, that called to me. And so I began my journey through its streets.
The illusion shifts to show a group of sailors and young Talon walking through the bustling streets.
The crew accompanied me for most of it, as we had grown close during our time at the sea. But our first stop was at an inn called the Night Maid's Mist. Before we could start searching high and low for those in need of help, we needed rest. But as fate would have it, those in need of rest were already in that very
tavern. And as he begins to shift the magic once more, there's a sharp knock at the bedroom door. As the magic cuts out.
Talon, are you in there?
Rainier's voice cuts from behind the door.
Yes.
Talon turns back to Edwin, stroking Edwin's hair gently.
I'll be right back. We'll continue the story. I promise I won't forget where we left off.
Edwin kind of folds his arms and pouts slightly, but nods in understanding. Okay. Talon rises and moves towards the door, casting one last fond look at his son before stepping out into the corridor. Outside, Rainier Falkrest waits, the bronzed dragonborn's features tense. The door closes behind Talon. Edwin quietly slips from his bed. Curiosity getting the better of him. He presses his ear against the door, straining to hear the hushed conversation outside.
You found more of what you were looking for. What do you want us to do? Did we inform the king? No, not yet. We have to find something more conclusive. This is too important to act on without certainty.
Hearing the footsteps approach, Rainier's departing and Talon's moving back towards the door, Edwin hastily scurries back into bed, diving under the covers just as the door opens. Talon enters, his expression troubled, but softening as he sees his son.
I'm sorry, little falcon. I have to deal with something urgent, but I promise you we will finish the story tomorrow night.
Promise? And he kind of bends over to Edwin, kisses him on the top of the head.
I promise. Now get some sleep.
As Talon exits, again, closing the door softly behind him, Edwin sits up in his bed, the moonlight casting shadows across his young face. He gets up from his bed and he goes and grabs that carved, painted dove, and he gets back into bed and holds it tightly. He wonders in that moment what his father's looking for and why it can't be shared with his uncle. But like most memories and experiences we have at a young age, this was one of them that just slowly drifted away. But Edwin himself has a hard time recalling now. The only thing he really remembers is how his father never picked up his stories in the same place ever. He would either tell the same part 3 times over, or he'd skip ahead. That's really all Edwin can remember. On that note, that's where we're going to go ahead and take a break. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you're enjoying so far. We will be right back. there is Gregor Flint Barrel, who is in charge of the cellar logistics, making sure that the food and board is good here, and that everybody has everything they need to eat. If there's any guests that are coming that have any dietary restrictions, making sure that those are there. There is Vitala Duskrun, who is a halfling. She is the keeper of the vault. So it's her job to keep track of everything that she has record of that has ever been stored in that vault. And anything that you store in there as well. And that record is something that is stored on her person. And it is private and only shareable with all of you.
Guys,
No,
Via, it's up to you.
Nah, he ain't getting away.
come on, Via. It's your
Come on,
time.
VR.
Ray of Sickness.
Man up.
She's already
Alright,
killed
Via.
one. She's gonna have so much trauma from this trip. Like she.
She was like, I'm so excited for this road trip with my
I'm
siblings.
just so excited to spend time with my family. Meanwhile, since it started, why can't I stop killing people?
Why is this happening? Okay. What do we think? Firebolt or Ray of Sickness?
Burn him alive.
I don't know.
Blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say,
Orlando, if you would, please. If you would please order your soldiers to move. They are no soldiers. Sir Otis. They're clergymen. Come, make way. Allow the Lady Paramount and the princes and princesses to travel free.
and with that, the soldiers split. And the caravan moves, creaking forward. As all of you looking out through the windows, you can see the clergyman turn about face.
+2. All right, 24.
And he will give a very low bow and go head out.
As the door shuts. Oh, that kind of sucked. How many for run? I know the other people. Don't.
You're the only one on camera.
I know. The other ones need to use their
let's-
voice.
Let's get back to the horses and kind of see how far we can get from them, and go from there. That's what Caleb.
A voice that echoes, weak, feeble. Please. Please help me. And you feel that voice emanating from the far left side of that altar, from that emerald egg. The others don't speak at all. You don't feel anything coming from them, but from that emerald egg. That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvis Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good. All right, it's not changing. That'll be the
All right.
remnant of the past
Yes.
campaigns that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like
If
it.
he's in charge of this cult too, I'm gonna lose my shit.
I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine? I was like,
Somehow, Solvis Emerald returned.
We've played these games before.
He can't keep getting away with it.
and you find that forward camp. Tits. No.
I didn't
Doesn't matter.
need it. Fuck off. Get
Get
fucked.
fucked.
What?
Nice second level spell, loser.
Get
And
fucked.
I want to take my wind if I may.
Let her win, Joe.
Let me breeze it up.
Breeze it
Deep
up,
as fucking
breeze it
breath
up. There
you've
you
ever
go. Yeah,
breathed.
Xanthi, you can feel the wind begin to compress around you, forming this shield, trying to hold you in place, but through mental fortitude and strength, this resistance to being told what to do, you break out of it, and you can see there's this impressed look on his face. He smiles. He's not taken aback. He's not in fear, but he nods and says,
That's what I expected from the likes of someone like you. Impressive.
all right.
Same to you.
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna
Oh
put
my god, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a 10 plus a D10.
Whoa.
Mia can't stop killing.
I
Yeah.
know, I know.
She's grown a
So good
taste
at
for
it.
it.
The dice are apparently telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid and miss all the time.
She's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
sending
"No,
her
I
up
don't
for
want
that.
the- I don't want the crown anymore. I'm just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her. So that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ.
Sun begins to set. Takes a half day to get there. 500 feet away from where the keep should be. You tie up the horses, dismount, travel by foot. Closer and closer and closer. There seems to be no sign of any life, any travel. I mean, you're so far off the road right now that it's really hard to tell that you're going in the right direction, especially at nighttime. But eventually, you're able to see through.
Reiterate plan so we're all on the same page. Merrick,
Yep.
with two other guards, and Fiddle in his pocket, looking around. Via is going to infiltrate into said place and attempt to pull lever to open door. We, the children, and some guards are going to be standing off to the side hiding, while another envoy goes up to the front gate. And no, we're just all hiding.
No. There's got to be the envoy of, I think, captain and maybe 3 guards, just so there's more with us. They're going to be going to that exposed like wall entrance, and they're going to be closing this envoy.
Because we want where the conversation to take place not be near the gate, because otherwise that makes it way harder for me to sneak up to where the lever is if everyone's scattered there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Galen's gonna do
Plan
some talking.
set.
Yeet.
Eventually, Princess Octavia, that's something you might be able to assist with. I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Elysia, they still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from the lands, to be used in something like what we're doing. So, Octavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury.
Yeah, do that.
Fantastic. And I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him, but if there's any... It's off to the side.
What is going on? You rigged the game, Joe. This is some bullshit.
Merrick, dagger in. You are so focused because if you move your hand just 1 inch too much, you'll end up lifting the mechanism. You'll end up lifting the mechanism, and then it'll end up setting the whole thing off anyway. And you see the dragon egg beginning to shift out of the corner of your eye, but you're so focused on what you're doing as you throw your hand up to try and catch it. The depth perception on the corner of your eye is not where it needs to be. As you end up trying to grab it as it's already beginning to shift and fall, the egg doesn't crack or shatter. In fact, it breaks part of the stone in that sort of 4-foot drop. And Merrick.
That is amazing. How's school?
Oh, all done. I graduated, actually.
It's like a brief pause.
We invited you.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. He invited you.
Merrick, and he kind of and looks over
Brother.
towards Merrick. How is everything? How are the Falcons? How is what you do?
Oh, they're just great. I'm engaged now.
That is amazing. To who?
So that way, if there's something in the vault that, you know, you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is Dravana Windmere, who is an elf, who is the steward of guest relations. So anytime guests are staying, she makes sure that the rooms are clean and proper, and that anything they need is taken care of. So if you have a Loxodon guest coming over, she'll make sure that an extra large bed is put in the room to accommodate their stature.
Amazing.
You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You
Tits?
find pitched
Yes.
tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first
Flip
one.
it.
Yeah. Looks like tits. Clip those tits.
God damn it. We were 20 minutes in, dude, and I could.
Jarvis clip.
12.
Well, that just hits. Well, wait. Yep.
I was like, really?
Yeah, that just hits. Since you're hitting him from the opposite side, he does not have the 3/4 cover bonus.
Oh, okay. All right, Via, you've surprised me. 6 points of fire damage.
6 points. He is dead.
Via just looks at her
He is a
hands.
murderer.
Oh my god! What is her death count?
Kills at everyone.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
Via might
she's
have the
got-
highest kill count
I
right
think
now.
so.
You got double the.
Hey, everybody, we're back. Let's go ahead and dive back in. Picking up where we left off, we arrived in the city of Faithspire. Via was taken to the Church of the Unbrokens church, which is the Peacekeeper's Haven, to be given, you know, some amount of healing magic by Father Aldrin, an NPC connected to Edwin's backstory, while the rest of the players decided to go to the keep of House Emberlin within Faithspire. Before making their way there, though, Xanthi and Kalen did investigate the House Emberlin Rectory to see if they could get any more information on Lady Iridessa, but they were greeted by the current High Solar of the Church of the Broken Sun, Derek Marathis. Derek had informed them that there is suspicion of darkness, of shadow, of dark forces that are attempting to potentially do some significant damage to Adaria, and using the edicts that were established after the calamity of the Broken Dawn, his decrees and the decrees of the High Solar and of the Radiance, they override anything that the King's Hand might request of him. So that leaves the party with very few choices. After some discussion, they determine they can either go speak with other members of the church to see if they could potentially get some type of access into it, potentially overriding Derek's edicts, but that seems unlikely. They also heard of secret passages that connect the keep to the rectory, but those have long been abandoned or even collapsed, as no one really knows where they are. And then finally, seemingly the most likely, but also most dangerous, is traveling through the sewers of Faithspire using old smuggler passageways to go from the rectory, or to go from a port, near a port, directly to the rectory. And directly isn't exactly the right word. It's not just like a tube, just like one tube that goes there. It's a network, that runs underneath the city that you'll have to use the map to navigate through. So, with that, that's where we dive back in. All of you leaving the... Oh, that's not even the right thing. Where are we at? Okay, yeah. Faith Spire, Faith District, there we go. So all of you are within the Faith District of Faith Spire, and it is entirely up to all of you where you'd like to go and where you'd like to proceed first. As I understand it, though, you are going to head to the Church of the Broken Sun to speak with Alondra Brightspark. That's right, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah.
Which to the group, which churches are they all here, Joe?
Yeah, the four main ones in Adaria, the Church of the Unbroken, of Unity, of the Cleansing Tempest, and of the Broken Sun. Their home bases are all here.
Okay. Because I'm looking at that Legend Keeper, trying to keep them all a legend in my mind.
Did I get that?
Not a sponsor.
Could be.
All right, so to the group, are we trying to go talk to every single one of these?
Well,
the plan?
we already know that Alondra has some kind of qualms with what's happening right now. And so she's our best lead. And then Church of the... I have forgotten the fucking... Cleansing Tempest.
Cleansing Tempest.
We have kind of more grounds with them because their whole thing is kind of protecting the crown in a way.
Well, we also have
kinda, like,
the
safety.
backing, the Church of the Unbroken. It's Edwin's church.
Yeah, that's also very true, yeah.
So basically, all of the churches except the one will probably be on our side.
I'm sure it'll be more complicated than that, but
Yeah, but
we have some
Broken
good
Sun
feelings.
is the one that's against us, and that's the one that Alondra is representing. So we do also still have an in there. So we could potentially do the whole circuit.
Fucking boom. Just wipe it clean. Okay. We're going to the Broken Sun. The sun.
So I will say, I feel like it's definitely good for us to try really hard to get these churches, because I think logistically us sneaking in is a bad thing for optics.
That's because you don't want to sift through a sewer. All right.
Okay, but it is still bad for optics.
Not bad for optics if no one catches us.
I'm sure it'll go off smoothly.
We have a Merrick. I said we have a Merrick.
True.
Yeah.
There's no birds in the sewer, though.
Fuck. All right. No. Sewer's out. Sewer's out. We can't do the sewers. There's no
I don't know
birds down
anything.
But I think yeah, we still just go to Alondra first, just because she is also the one that's going to know more about what's happening and the exact kind of jurisdiction and all that shit. Like, we can get more info out of her rather than just support, you know?
All right, let's do it. Let's walk there.
We'll say before we go, though, probably before we leave the keep to even start heading out, Merrick would be like, if it's all right with the three of you, there's another lead I'd like to check up on. After the Sanguine attack on the ship, the captain came to me and said that there's someone in Faith Spire who's had a similar experience. Might be able to tell us what they were up to and what's going on. I'd like to investigate it if that's all right.
Wait, does he want to do that now or later?
He's saying he'd like to go do that now.
If you go... going off on your own, at least don't feel comfortable with it, it's just because we'll be so far apart. But it's not that I don't think you'll be safe. I think take care of yourself. It's just this place is odd. So if you're going to go, take some guards with you.
Seems more than reasonable.
Any other objections?
Yes.
No
Okay,
objections,
cool.
I hear.
So,
All right.
You,
Okay,
Merrick,
bye.
you take a small detachment of guards. We'll say 3, sure. And you head off in the direction that you need to go to speak with Lorraine Hunter. Now you do have to go to the outer city for that, within the Craftsman district. So we'll go ahead and cut back to you a little bit later as you head off in that direction. The rest of you begin to head towards the Sanctum of Light, which is the dedicated to the Church of the Broken Sun. After about 40 minutes of walking, you do eventually get there, and it is this fortress-like temple with all of these, sun iconography, and it is positioned on this sort of like hill within Faith Spire. Still not nearly as large as the House Emberlin Rectory, but quite impressive. As you make your way in, the sounds of the blacksmithing coming from the Craftsman districts fade as the whispers of the temple become even more clear as you enter. And stepping into the church, that Sanctum of Light, you can see there are many priests within here. You can see the solar champions that represent the soldiers and heavily armored individuals. You can see their squires. There are also the shard channelers, those individuals, the mages, the clerics, as well as dawn wardens, who are these individuals that sort of mediate between the two groups and have a little bit of both sets of skills. So you see a whole bunch of them sort of moving about, taking care of their business, and there is an initiate of the sun, which is a new recruit wearing the robes of white and gold, that approaches and says, "Greetings, is there anything that I can help you find today?"
No.
You were.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, Edwin, you take point. So anyway.
I thought I was told to take point on the church.
Yeah, that was my bad.
Xanthi, back the fuck off.
That was really funny. No, I mean, yes. I
Sorry,
mean,
Gemma. Yes, hello. Good day to you.
Helen just has a look. That's it.
It's
all
just
she
thrown
does.
out.
Burst into flame.
Yeah.
Which?
We-
Okay, anyway. Yes, you were saying?
Show you.
Yes, we have business to attend to here, and we are looking for the High Sunkeeper.
Of course. If I might ask, who's requesting to speak with her? The High Sunkeeper is quite busy.
My apologies. Where are my manners? The Hand of the King. My name is Edwin Fulcrest. This is Xanthi Kalen.
My prince, my princesses, of course, I apologize greatly. I will go
No, do not
ask for
apologize.
the High Sunkeeper.
May we follow you?
Please, you can follow me to her chambers.
Wonderful. If you wouldn't mind, how long have you been here?
I have been an initiate for around 8 months now.
Oh. Well, could not tell. It seems like you've been here for quite a while.
Well, thank you. I take the teachings of compassion and healing very seriously. I'm rather advanced compared to most of my peers, so I'm glad that that's noticeable.
Very. And as a cleric myself, I take those teachings to heart greatly. Thank you for your contribution. As we're walking towards the High Sunkeeper, me.
Yep, of course.
And then as we're going, he's asking this person about the statue over there and the rock used to make this place. And he's making conversation and making this person. He wants to make them feel like they're really good at their job.
Sorry, Kayla just sent me a super important question that I need to respond to right now because I want some 4 cheese mac and cheese from Applebee's.
Oh, hell yeah, with the honey.
Yeah,
and the chicken
dude.
tenders.
Mac and
Yeah,
There you go.
Bars.
not sponsored.
No, what the
Yeah.
fuck? You were supposed to
But-
keep DMing.
Yeah, Joe.
We're never
How you gonna,
does, you
how
know
you gonna
that.
keep
You're not
DMing
supposed
with
to
4
answer
cheese
out
mac and
loud.
cheese from
I was
Applebee's?
hungry. I'm
We will
sorry,
take the
guys.
excuse to be derailed.
Listen, anytime anybody message me, I immediately stop everything because I can't talk and read at the same time. But that's what I want. And that
Everyone
was so
say it 5
important.
times
I didn't want to pause too much. I wanted to. I really wanted the mac and cheese
From Applebee's.
from. Well,
Okay, continue the game. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bloop.
Look at these.
wow,
Stop.
that was awesome. That was such a
Unhinged.
He's nuts, dude. So, yeah, she's
Yes.
super into it. Yeah, she's willing to
Yeah.
talk your ear off and just, let you know everything she's learned in the past 8 months. She is
Hell yeah.
definitely like.
What's her name? Can I get that before we
She,
get to
she gives you the type of energy that, like, if she got like an A- on a paper, she would freak the fuck out.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you're talking, you ask her for her name. She says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is Phelan."
I'm just gonna type it out the way I heard it, so I can remember.
Close.
I was kind of close. I appreciate everything you are doing, Phelan. This place is wonderful. I don't think I've been into one of the temples before.
It's the Church of the Broken Sun. We do what we can to bring the sun's light and warmth wherever we can. Honestly, it's a spectacle at nighttime. That's when I'd recommend returning if you have the free time.
If I have the free time, I will indeed. Thank you.
And I'd say with that, you've gone up several flights of stairs at this point, and you can see a set of double doors, these, beautiful, like deep mahogany inlaid with gold and silver in the shape of a blazing sun with cracks throughout it. And she'll say, "If all of you would be willing to wait right here, I will go in and speak with the High Sunkeeper to inform her that you have arrived to speak with her."
Thank you.
Of course. And she will give a small bow and she will head in. A few minutes pass, not like keeping you too long, it's maybe 2 minutes-ish. And the door opens and you can see she's opening the door. Phelan is opening the door for the 3 of you to enter. As you can see, sitting at a wide desk with various amounts of paper and scripture in front of her is the High Sunkeeper, Landra Brightspark. And I'll go ahead and share this image. Oh my god, I've got a meteor in my eye or something because I'm feeling crazy right now. Oh my god.
That's how my eyes feel right now.
Yeah. So, only downside to Alandra's art is it does not get her proportions quite correct, as Alandra is a halfling, and an old one at that. She is one of the oldest people in Adaria. She is 125 years old. As she...
Does that Kevin Hart meme? Damn!
As she looks to all of you as you enter and say, "Ah, the King's Hand, it's a great honor that you would make your way all the way to Faithspire, let alone to my hallowed halls. Please, have a seat. If there's anything I can do to help, I would be happy to do so."
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us. We know that you are very busy.
Well, always time for the heirs, especially the King's Hand. In fact, I have faith that no doubt all of you will do better work than the previous iteration of the King's Hand. Under Alistair Draven, it was, needless to say, I don't think all of you could fall as far as they did.
I would hope that any rumors you've heard of us has put us well above that bar.
Well above that bar, aye, but seems as though there's a fair amount of healing that needs to be done between the lot of you, but You're not here for therapy. You're here for information of a sort, I'm sure. Regarding one of
Yes.
my own, I can only imagine.
Yes, unfortunately, we are here on business, as much as I would have appreciated it to just be about talking. But we are here by order of the king. The Lady Paramount, Iridessa. She had been not heard from for quite some time, and we have heard rumors that she had something about going in for a prophecy but never coming back out. We just hope that you had more information, and hopefully you could help us maybe get in contact with her just to make sure she's safe and we can head on our way.
Sadly, although I am High Sunkeeper, there's very little I can do to help with your situation. Iridessa and myself, the Lady Paramount, she and I have not always gotten along in terms of what we view as best for the churches, for Faithspire, and even for Adaria, but I've always had a great deal of respect for her as Lady Paramount. She has done good work. That said, my allegiances do lie with Derek. In the years I've known him, in the years that he's been High Solar and the Radiance, he's never given me reason to doubt him. That said, I can see that you are bursting at the seams to disagree for the things you've seen or the things you've heard, so I will tell you this. If you can find substantial evidence of some kind that he is doing this of ill will or of malice, and you can help secure the backing of at least 2 other churches, so the Church of Unity and the Church of the Unbroken, or the Church of the Cleansing Tempest, then there are certain edicts much older than his that we may be able to override if enough churches work together. But I need substantial evidence that something wrong is happening. I will tell you this right now, children. I was there during the Survivors' Rebellion. I saw firsthand the aftermath of the Night of Crimson Tears. After seeing such horrors, I believe it is very necessary to take every length possible to ensure things like that do not happen. As hard as it is now to swallow.
And I completely agree with you. As long as those procedures are just and held in compassion. That is the teachings of the Church of the Broken Sun, is it not?
It is. You're well studied, Prince Edwin.
Being part of the church, I have to be. We will talk with others. We have no reason to believe there is ill intention or ill will, but, well, upon further conversations, we'll see what we uncover. Our main concern is that the Lady Paramount is safe.
As is mine. Well, whenever you need me, my door is always open to the King's Hand.
Before we do leave you, I did want to apologize if your High Solar was offended by anything that we had said coming off the ship.
Yes, I had read Captain Dawnguard's report. I will sign it off and excuse it as worry for your sister. Is she doing better?
That is on our list of things to do. As of now, we do not know.
Father Aldrin is one of the best, If anyone can help her, it's him.
Yes, he is. Well, he looks to Xanthi and Kaelin. Is there anything else before we leave?
Nope.
I don't think we did.
Well, on that note, my Sunkeeper, we will leave you be to your duties and your hopefully not too much paperwork or asks for the day.
Well, thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated, your well wishes. Let us see if they translate into real life, shall we?
We shall. And he stands up and bows. As we start heading out, he turns around and goes, "Oh, one more thing. The apprentice, Phelan, who had led us here. Wonderful. She's been taught well."
Yes. And she is not afraid to share the fact that she has been taught well. Isn't that the truth?
Well, I learned a lot on my way here, so I greatly appreciated it.
Yes. I'm sure you did.
Good day.
You as well. With that, three of you head out.
All right, so bet you next.
Well, we can either speak with your church, or we could otherwise head to Church of the Cleansing Tempest.
Let's speak with my church
Not
before we
sure.
head to the uptight one.
I'm not sure how long Marek will be, or whether he's wanting to find us at all, but don't exactly know what his lead is either.
Well, knowing Marek, it's probably a good one.
Either way, I don't want to have to wait for him. The sooner we get this dealt with, the better.
All right, Church of the Unbroken. Let us remember that. Never mind, we're surrounded by company. I did not want to speak of it. Let's go.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
How high are the odds of Elendar being at the Church of the Cleansing Tempest?
Oh,
Or is
pretty
What?
pretty high. Because he was heading from
Okay, I couldn't remember if that's where he
Yeah.
was going to.
he was taking a
he
small
likes me.
detour somewhere else, but then he did come back into Faithspire. So there's a pretty good chance he's probably at the church.
Yeah, okay.
Kaelin should totally start that
You're
conversation.
no, you're the church boy.
No.
No.
I'm the
He respects
rational.
Kaelin.
I'm the rational church boy. I don't want to go to
He
the radical
respects
church.
Gale. I like that.
He listened, didn't he?
He did.
I don't know if that's
That's
it.
true. That's true.
Go on, church boy, lead the way.
Go on, church boy, lead the way.
Don't trip on your rosary. I don't think you have that. Anyway,
First of
continue.
all, why the fuck would the rosary be that long?
I don't know who I am tonight. Okay, just go on.
What is it, a jump rope? What the
A lot of Hail Marys. Oh,
I
shit.
want everyone in the room and watching at home to know that I am in the middle of a production and I'm not alive, so I apologize.
That's why you and
Continue.
Alondor should talk, because neither one of you are alive.
Oh, damn.
That was a cheap
Got
joke.
him. Got him. All right, Church of the Unbroken
All right,
to see
Church of
Father
the
Bitch
Unbroken.
Boy.
We love you, Kayla.
Wow. Love you guys. Maybe wrong.
Let's go
All right.
see Father Aldrin Still Bitch.
So, Father Aldrin Stillwater, you guys head that way. Fantastic. You make your way to the Peacekeeper's Haven, and Edwin, you're rather familiar with the layout of this place, as it's one of the most well-known churches of the Church of the Unbroken, and most of them share a similar layout, right? They're all laid out the same way, so that way whenever, individuals that are a part of the church go on missions, they can easily navigate the temples that they go to. This one is just like 10 times the size of the one in the Nornathi. Crazy. But you navigate it to where Octavia is, and you can see that tending to her is Father Aldrin, as he's murmuring a healing incantation as the footsteps. He hears them and says, "Ah," and shuts off the magic and says, "The King's Hand, it's a great honor to welcome you to the Peacekeeper's Haven. Merrick, my prince, it's good to see you again. Edwin, my prince, it's good to see you. And it is great to finally make your acquaintance, my Princess Kaylin and Princess Anthe."
How is she?
Well, better. I can start to see some modicum of recovery. Her eyes are moving, which is good. There's activity. That leads me to believe that her memories haven't been scrambled. So when she awakes, she'll most likely remember who she is and the important things. Might take a little bit of work to remember some of the more minor details, but it seems like she'll recover all right.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of. We are unfortunately here on business as well.
Yes?
What have you heard of the Lady Iridessa?
Oh. Not too much, I'm afraid. Most of the whispers about whatever is happening within the rectory are kept away from me. What I can tell you is that one of the leaders of the Church of the Unbroken, Eridan Stokeworth, they have been doing a great deal of work trying to figure something out there, discover more. They might know more than what I do. All I know is that Lady Iridessa has been in there for a month and a half now, I believe. And, well, I don't care how deep you are attempting to connect with the gods. A month and a half is strange.
I think most of us agree. Joe, what was the person's name? Can we type that out?
Yeah.
They were a leader of the Church of the Unbroken?
Yep, one of the three.
Ooh. Oh, shit.
Shield bearer Eridan Stokeworth.
Oh. Dude, this guy's sick. I'm looking at yeah, he's pretty cool. What do you know of the High Solar of the Church of the Broken Sun?
Derek Marathis. He was the heir to the Marathis hold, and to that seat of power. However, he gave it up to join the Church of the Broken Sun. He was so inspired by the Flamekeeper's story and what she was trying to do that instead of leading from a hall and a throne, he decided to do, well, the opposite. To lead from the front lines, to fight back against whatever shadow or darkness tried to claim Derek. A noble cause. However, the High Solar has been known to, when he believes he has something sent, he tends not to let go unless he is absolutely sure, which some believe is an admirable quality. As far as I know, there's never been an individual who has been wrongly punished. Wrongly accused, perhaps, but never wrongly punished.
Are you punished?
Well, if an individual is found to be conspiring with forces of shadow and darkness or trying to reenact what the Kythons did many years ago, punished really only means one thing.
Right. And who makes that determination? Him?
When it gets to that stage, he does have the authority to carry out those executions should he see fit. However, it is proper for him to reach out to the other two heads, the Flamekeeper as well as the other head of the Church of the Broken Sun.
And this questioning absolutely has to take place.
Well, it is within his right to do so. And from the Church of the Broken Sun, the only way to get to the bottom of it is to have someone say that, yes, I did this. Or if they find proof, then questioning need not be happened.
I understand that, but I think the issue here is not all things that dwell in the dark are of evil and dark shadows and out to get you. And I feel as though there might be some biases that could sway his opinion if something is said that he doesn't necessarily like.
I agree. I did a few missions in my younger years to the Serpent's Grove, and I wish that the people of Adaria sometimes could have the same nuance that your people, especially your shamans, have. However, I think that the High Solar views situations like these as a battle medic does. If an arrow pierces your leg, and there are no clerics to sap the wound of any infection that could happen upon it, it is best to discard the leg, so at least the body may still breathe, still live.
Yes, it has a extreme, but normally we use a tourniquet first.
We also don't know exactly what is ailing Via. I feel as though this is a very strong conclusion to jump to.
In regards to Octavia especially, yes, it seems rather drastic. But perhaps there's something else that's moving him to act this way. No way of knowing.
Question. Oh, sorry, I didn't think.
No, that was it.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were still talking. The church. What church is Iridessa a part of? Broken Sun? No.
Yeah, that is the one that she has aligned herself with most as
Okay.
of late.
Okay. Well, we had just spoken with the High Sun Keeper, Elendra, and she said that if we could get the backing of the other churches, then she may be able to open a formal inquiry on the High Solar and possibly get us to see Lady Iridessa.
Yes, that would be good. I could try to get you a meeting with the shield bearer, with Aridin.
Which one has... There's 3 of them. I want to know which one Edwin probably had the best relationship with.
Definitely Wessler, the man who all
Yeah,
of
he
you
looks
had,
like him.
had helped heal Rainier also.
So he says, shield bearer, Aridin, and he goes, what about Wessler?
Wessler is still in Crown's Rest currently, I believe, helping your uncle.
Oh, right. Wait, is it Orica
Yeah.
and Orica?
She is currently off on the Starwind Channel, helping
Right.
with the conflicts there.
Right. No worries. And yes, of course, Aridin, the shield bearer, is fine.
Yes, they are a good person, calm. I think that they will have no problems with not only speaking with all of you, but aiding also.
It'd be good to talk to him again. All right. Well, if you can send out that message, if we could have a meeting. What time is it right now?
It's pretty early in the morning, maybe 10 a.m.
Later today, if possible. If not, then tomorrow.
Of course, I will send a message, and I will send word back to Sunvale whenever I hear back.
Thank you. And he looks to, again, the siblings. Any other questions?
No.
All right. Well, we will be back later to check in via once again. Let us know if anything changes.
Okay. And he'll nod, and with that, the three of you depart.
Folkrest's out.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, we're going to cut away from the kiddos. And we are going to move to the other kiddo.
So let's say I'm one of the kiddos.
This
Where
is
are we going?
This is where we this is where we find out another cutscene.
We're jumping to Merrick, who's actually very illegitimate. What? Who's adopted? What?
What the hell?
20-hour session.
Merrick is bothered. He doesn't know why.
So Merrick, you make your way to the worker district of Faithspire. As this is the area where the former pirate, Lorraine Hunter, would be. So my question to you is, how do you want to go about this? How do you want to try and track down this this woman?
I mean, because Merrick was not given a specific address. He just kind of knows generally where she is.
Mhm.
I think he would just try to find people who are in position, like, I don't know, like, work, like, places where, like, there's a lot of people passing through. If there's someone, I don't know, if there's, like, the equivalent to, like, a newspaper stand or something like that, but, like, someone who is, like, kind of sees a lot or would interact a lot with the people, he would try to find those types of people, and he wouldn't, you know, he would try to be, you know, descriptive, mainly kind of going with, like, the four fingers thing.
Mhm.
Trying to be polite, just asking. He's not, like, demanding or anything.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check, as you're just trying to go from person to person to person.
Alright, I will be guidancing myself on that, because investigation's not a strong suit. A decent roll, though.
Okay.
Alright, 16.
16.
Thank you, guidance.
Yeah. So with the guidance, just sort of patting yourself on the shoulder, breathing, taking a moment to focus as you go from person to person and you begin to ask. Initially, you do kind of get some, like not the cold shoulder, you know, but this is an area of dedicated craftsmen, you know, like they are busy in their work. And so since you're not there to purchase anything, they don't really seem that interested. But eventually you do find a blacksmith, this elven woman who's finishing up what she was working on, and you speak with her and you begin to ask your questions. What is the line of questioning? Now that you've found somebody that seems ready to talk and engaged and knowledgeable of the city, how does Merrick go about it?
I think Merrick would just say that he was looking for her because, you know, he believes that, you know, there's something that she could help him with personally, so he's just trying to figure out where she lives or what area he might be able to find her in, if there's any establishments she frequents, that kind of thing. Just something to help narrow down his search.
Yeah. She'll think for a moment. Well, Four fingers, you said, and you're sure?
Well, that's what I was told, at least. I have no reason to doubt it.
Well, if I recall correctly, there is a bit of a shanty tavern, a bit more of a pub, really, near the northern peninsula, called the Lonely Tadpole. If I recall correctly, individuals that maybe lost their hands or fingers in dangerous sea expeditions, they tend to frequent there.
Thank you very much. I assume she's not just pulling my leg and made that up to get me to buzz off.
No, yeah, it seems like she's being genuine.
Alright, well, thank you very much, and Merrick will pull out 5 gold and offer it to her for the inconvenience.
Well, thank you. You're too kind. Thank you.
And Merrick will thank her again, and then be on his way. The Lonely Tadpole, you said?
Yep, that's the one.
Sad name for an establishment.
Sad establishment for sad people.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Got it. Cool. So, you begin traveling to the other side of the city. And you can see that, like, shanty vibe begins to become more and more and more apparent as the area gets, well, a lot more suspicious as you're moving through. It is definitely not fantastic, but Merrick, you feel fine. I mean, you have your 3 guards with you, so you know you're not super worried about anything transpiring here. But needless to say, it still is.
But
it still is rather tense. But eventually you find the dilapidated tavern that is the Lonely Tadpole. As you make your way in, Merrick, the music is this sort of like droning. You know, it's not upbeat, happy, jolly tavern music. There is this singular man in the back corner on a little bit of an elevated platform, just sort of sitting, large cloak over his shoulders, hat kind of covering most of his face. And he's got this large sort of hurdy-gurdy sitting in his lap that he's just cranking.
Oh.
And playing away.
It's not a drow, is he?
No, he's not.
Okay.
He's a dwarf.
Checking.
Why the hurdy-gurdy looks even bigger. Okay. So, scanning the bar, I'd like you to make a perception check with advantage.
All right. Come on, double nat ones. Let's go. All right, 23.
Okay. With a 23, you end up finding this individual rather quickly. You can see up near the bar, sort of hunched over, large black sort of duster tricorn hat. And you can see a skin of like pale dusty blue. Long, like sort of mangly black hair that's starting to gray up at the top. A half-orc woman. And as soon as you sort of look over the edge, you see what, well, all you need to see to confirm that this is the person that you're talking about, or that you are looking for. Now, only downside here, there are limits to things. So this, leave it to AI to give this lady too many fingers. Am I right?
The opposite problem.
Yeah. But there we have Lorraine Hunter. 4 fingers.
I'll use my imagination.
Yeah, use your imagination, you fools.
And you said she's at the bar counter, or she's at like a table by herself?
She is at the bar counter.
All right. But yeah, seeing who he's looking for, Merrick will move to the seat next to her. This one taken.
No, please, have a seat if you like, love.
She'll continue to drink.
Merrick will take a seat. Are there like a lot of people in the establishment? Because so far you described a musician and her. Like, how many other people are here?
Probably there's 5 people total. There's the barkeep, her, 5 people excluding you and your guards. So
yeah, I imagine Merrick would have only brought like one guard in. The other 2 would like stay outside to just kind of keep an eye on things, because you don't want to walk into like a whole squad of people. Kind of sends the wrong message.
Did bring everybody in, you effectively almost doubled the amount of people in the building.
Yeah.
I will say that your guards do stick out. They are a Darien watch.
Oh, for sure. Oh, I assume Merrick sticks out too, especially in this establishment. So yeah.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Fair enough. So yeah, he only brings one in.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Sounds good. So...
And he'll have him wait by the door. The other 2 are outside. Merrick wants this to be more of a private conversation anyway.
Of course.
But yeah, Merrick will take the seat. Can I buy you a drink?
Well, I'll never say no.
What's your poison?
Well, I think I could do with some ale for now.
Merrick will call over the barkeep and request an ale for his new friend.
You can see the Triton man, scaly blue skin, says,
"All right."
And he refills her currently almost empty mug. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like to start my mornings off with something light. Don't want to start too heavy, you know.
Completely understand. Got a lot of work to do later today.
Uh-huh. I do. I do a little work. I've got.
Well, I don't want to keep you or ruin your day. What was the captain's name who recommended Lorraine?
Captain Wyverncrest.
Do you remember a Captain Wyverncrest?
Who's asking, if you don't mind me answering your question with a question?
I'm Merrick.
Right, Merrick. You one of her crew?
No, I did recently sail with her, though.
And she told you could find me here for what
reason? Merrick, with a passive perception, you can see that she's slowly starting to reach towards her, something at her belt.
Okay. Merrick is also nearing his hand near like his spare short sword, I guess, just in case. We came under attack by Sanguine. And he's looking to see if that gets any specific reaction out of her.
Oh, yeah. Her eyes like narrow, then widen, then narrow again.
Hand like slow down towards the blade, or like moving towards it faster now?
No, she kind of stops moving as you say it.
They were acting strange, even for Sanguine. She said that you had a bad encounter with them once, and you might be able to shed some light on it. If she was lying, I apologize. I just thought I would see what I could learn.
Tell me this much. Did they say anything to you?
Can I tell she's looking for something specific?
Yeah, it seems like she's looking to see if there's something specific that was said.
The song. Deep, deep down.
Chains must be shattered by the drowned. Oh, God speaker.
Blood calls to the blood.
Yeah. Yep. Tell me, just out of curiosity, who are your parents?
So she has no idea who she's talking to.
No.
Like, not clearly.
No.
What the hell?
Well, Ryan can't come up with a lie, so oh well. I'm Merrick Beltaris Falcrest.
That's funny, lad. Won't that make you some princeling then, huh? You got to come up with a better lie than that. Listen, there's nothing wrong with being a bastard, all right? A lot of us here in the docks are.
What does who my parents are have anything to do with this?
Everything to do with it, love. Not Falkrest. You couldn't have gone for a different one and buying a house. You had to go for the big one, didn't you?
It was the first one I could think of.
Rookie mistake. So you're a bastard then?
He just kind of gives a shrug. Kind of like, eh.
Nothing wrong with it. You want a Garen's then?
Yeah. Not that he'd admit it.
Well, look at us. Brothers and sisters, aren't we? Never thought I'd have a family reunion here.
Yeah, she does look similar skin complexion to Garen, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
So what's going on with the Sanguine? I've been on ships before, but that's never happened. What is it? What do they want?
The blood. Coals deep down. Chains must be shattered. Whatever the fuck that means, I've got no clue. The worst part is, happened random too. I sailed the seas for 15 years before it ever happened. First time small. Thought it was just something random, you know? Thought it was something... Sanguine, they wanted a taste of some meat and they said some weird things, you know? Cults happen everywhere. It doesn't just have to happen on the land. It can happen in the sea too. But then it kept happening. Every single time I was on a ship, I'd hear something. This drumming, this groaning, just over and over and over again. All the sailors I sailed with, they seemed to work faster. I didn't think anything of it. Little did I know, I guess I was drawing them in. Bit by bit by bit by bit. Now I can't even take a dinghy into the water to go fishing within the coastline, or else I'm besieged.
But I mean, Veltaris basically controls the waters. Wouldn't we hear about a lot more Sanguine attacks against them if this was a common thing?
Well, I'm guessing, Merrick, you and I must have a similar origin then. Somebody didn't want us. Tell you what happened to me. Apparently, there was some handmaid in Kraken's Reach that Garen had, well, done the deed with. Found out handmaid was pregnant. Had the child. Apparently, had it thrown out fucking window. In the water. Babe, not even a few weeks old. Sailor who found me said I was dead. Somehow he was able to resuscitate me. So I guess you must have been an unwanted babe too. Bastard Garen. A vile, evil, nasty man.
Sorry, when I came to you, I wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't mean to bring up something so painful.
Listen, love, I've had a lot more time to adjust to it. You barely have whiskers on your chin. I think if anyone's having maybe a hard time processing that they were unwanted, it might be you. But hey, the truth will set you free, right? Now you don't need to worry about, well, maybe if I go back to Kraken's Reach, maybe if I prove myself to him, they'll accept me. No. If you hear the same thing I do, if you hear that song of the sea, they never wanted you to begin with. But fuck them, right? All those nobles, they have their noses up to us.
Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, how much do I owe for the ale? Sorry, I haven't been here before.
You're all right, love. Don't worry about it. Appreciate the thought. But hey, if you need a drink right now, I'd be happy to cover it. Don't like giving bad news, and I feel like I just served you up a big old plate of shit for you to sift through. Goes down easier with a mug of ale, what you say?
I'll take one.
All right. Hey! She kind of whistles. The Triton comes back over and sets a mug and pours one out for you. Hey, do me a favor.
Just because...
Top it off with something strong. Pulls out a bottle, uncorks it. This thick syrup-like liquid, kind of like chocolate syrup, pours on the top.
Oh, Jesus. By the way,
yeah,
we are in a bad part of town. Super shady area. Seems to be sincere so far, but any intentions in getting Merrick to drink something here?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Yeah. Probably not.
Seems like she's being honest. After all, you are her half brother as far as you've told her.
Yep. Yeah. Merrick will, because I mean, there's still the guard in the room, so I mean, like, worst case scenario, they got 3 Adarian Watch busting in here real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, should I ask what he poured on top?
Do you really want to know?
He just holds up for a cheers.
All right. And she'll cheers and you drink. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, God. What have I done?
What have I done, sweet Jesus?
Oh, what have I done? 11.
11? You... And it's
Listen,
not
man.
the taste. It's the smell of the syrup as you throw it back. You immediately, you gasp for air, sucking in, the top of the foam, and then it spits out your nose onto the barkeep. And you can see that the bartender and Lorraine, they both just laugh at you, not in like a ha-ha, but in like a oh.
Like, now that a kid.
I think
he tried.
Someone can handle the liquor.
Oh.
Don't worry, lad. That'll help grow that hair on your chin, won't it?
I suppose it will. Oh, my sinuses are cleared at the very least.
Oh, you got that? Yeah, that's good, right?
But yeah, Merrick will continue with the drink before standing up. Thank you again. I appreciate the honesty.
Of course.
Does she seem right or left-handed?
Left.
Eric will offer his left hand then. Cool. I wasn't sure.
3 fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, love, anytime you need a drink or you wish to, if you ever need some work, I know a couple of people that could use a strong lad on deck.
I might take you up on that.
And if you're looking to make some real coin, I've got a couple of people who could use a top lad on deck, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, I know where to find you. I assume you're here frequently enough.
Yeah, indeed I am.
Well, good to meet you.
All
Have
right.
a good rest of your day.
You as well, Merrick. You as well.
And Merrick will take his leave.
All right. Merrick, I would say that right about the time that you rejoin with the party is right when they would be arriving at the... Actually, what was the church you guys were going to next?
The one we had left, which was fucking
Tempest,
Cleansing
right?
Tempest.
yeah, cleansing radicals.
That's cleansing Tempest.
radicals. That's good.
Oh
My
yeah, the
favorite.
radicals of the Tempest or some shit.
Okay, you got this, Edwin.
There is
No. Edwin pushes Kaylin forward.
Kaylin will like swoop behind you and push you.
No, he didn't actually do that. He's not
I
doing
will
that.
step
Oh, okay,
forward.
great.
But imagine the visual of.
No, I think it's hilarious.
They're just tangoing down the street.
Merrick's just standing there.
How
What the
you?
hell are you guys doing?
What the fuck?
Oh hey, Merrick.
Oh,
We're on our way.
So just to be
on my
clear,
way.
the Church of Unity also has its home in Faith Spire.
Oh, we should go
That's
there,
nice.
guys. Guys, we should go to the Church of Unity.
Well, you already said cleansing Tempest, so
that's nice from Xanthi.
all right. Back to the Faith
But
District.
Joe, we have feet. We can turn them around and go to the Unity one.
Yeah, you're already here.
We're decisive. Let's go.
Damn it.
We're here, like Joe said.
Oh, we're gonna do this tonight. Shit.
You know that they're
Sure are,
not going to
bud.
be behind us with Via. That's
Okay.
a Kayla thing. But you know what?
I
Kayla's
mean-
gonna say it out loud. You know they're not going to help us
Why?
because they are. Need I remind you what happened when we are making our way back to the keep from Rosemont?
No, I.
If they have any suspicion that there's something somehow in their brain connected to the dragon's triarchy or any type of hint of something dark and evil to Alistair, they will try to hurt her worse than anyone else here.
Why are
We
we
don't tell
trying
her about Via. You forget, they go after corruption. I believe whatever's happening in the sanctum is, well, something they'd be interested in. If we're able to frame it as a potential problem, they have every reason to want to insert themselves as being able to investigate. And that could get us a foot in as well.
I don't think it's a bad idea, but I definitely think we just need to watch what we say. Because
I
they
agree.
will read into everything.
as zealots do.
They're against
I-
corruption. That's what matters here.
Yes, but their definition of corruption is of their own opinion. It's
That's what all the
subjective.
churches do.
Fair enough. I'm sure this conversation will go without a hitch, and it will be perfect, and they will love us, and they will help us.
I
I'm
have
really
all my
glad this is the one
confidence in
Merrick's
you.
going to be there for.
Well, I appreciate your confidence, Kaylin.
She did
Someone
not mean
has to
that,
be.
boy.
Look, I do not plan on speaking of Via at all. If they ask,
Alright.
due to rumors, maybe? Actually, this is a good thing we're talking about. What if they ask?
There's no reason to believe that Theo is connected to anything they'd be concerned about. None of what she experienced has any way to be linked to Alistair Draven in the slightest.
Well,
I
that's what I
agree.
thought in general. But everyone seems to have an opinion on what they think happened to her. And it doesn't matter what we think, it matters what everyone else thinks, apparently.
Right, but this is not answering my question. What if they ask? What do we say?
We tell them what we know. As I said, they have no interest in it, and if we let them know that it has no connection, that is not a lie, that would be truth. We have
All right, so if
every
they ask,
reason to be open with them.
all right.
We
Good,
need
good.
them.
If they do ask, I will tag you in.
And I'll be tagged.
And I will watch.
Oh, do not think you're getting out of this one, Kaylin. I might need you.
I've said more than enough of my share to that man.
Well, you might need to figure out some more words.
Right.
She gestures for you to keep walking.
What does their cathedral look like? Is it all black with a flame at the top and an eyeball looking down?
Oh,
No, it is called the
They're not bad
Purification.
people, y'all.
It's called the Purification Citadel.
The purification station.
Yeah, that doesn't
I've
sound bad
seen
at
this-
all.
I've seen this instruction or
no.
this educational video.
It is a church, a cathedral with very little decoration.
Yeah.
It is an imposing structure. And you can see that near the top of the church, it isn't a flaming eye, but there are lightning rods. These large lightning rods up at the top that are meant to collect the lightning from storms that pass through Faith Spire. Go ahead and turn down the sounds of the city as all of you enter.
Baylor greets us at the gates. Hello.
So, as you enter, it is a rather solemn church. The main thing that you see are the lantern keepers. These are the clerics dedicated to Erendor, the god of the grave. You can see they are dressed in reds and blacks and whites with these shepherd's crooks that they carry with lanterns hung on the edges, not illuminated by magic, but just with light, a candle lit, burning at a wick and wax. You can see one of those individuals approaches slowly towards all of you and says,
Many greetings to you, King's Hand. We greet you
To you as
warmly and welcomely to the Church of the Cleansing Tempest. What is it we may do for you?
We are here on an important mission given to us by the king. We are looking for more information of the Lady Paramount Iridessa. Further, we are discussing an inquiry of, well, possible justice.
Very well. And how might the Church of the Cleansing Tempest aid you in such a thing?
Right. If we were to get the backing of the churches, I'm trying to wait a minute. The High Sunkeeper with that backing, will open an inquiry of the High Solar, who may or may not have some inclination of what is going with the Lady Iridessa, why no one has seen her for so long. We seek consult and a possible approval.
You can see he just kind of looks to you, expression blank. But after a few moments, there is a voice that rings out from deeper in the chamber that says,
I will speak to them. You are dismissed. All of you are dismissed.
as you see stepping forward the undead revenant, High Flamebringer Alandor Vathrin moves forward.
Just so I get my my story, it's late. We have suspicions that some fishy things are going on now with the High Solar and Lady Iridessa. That's the thing that's easy to ascertain now, or no?
I mean,
You're
it's
not there yet?
Don't
strange.
really have anything on the high soul.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
strange that like they're just so adamant on like not letting anybody get to her.
Exactly.
Like without like really knowing what she's done. I don't know. It's just odd. I don't think it's any wrongdoing has been done just yet.
That basically there's no reason for him to not be letting us in, which is the fishy
I think
part.
meta-wise, it is just like he does not like the prophecy that Iridessa has given. Like he has big problems with it, but we don't know that. And so like I think meta-wise, we don't even have reason to be like too suspicious that he's like some big evil guy, because dragons are not great in Adaria.
Right, but we
But
have
again,
the
we don't know
suspicion that
either.
like he might be the reason why we haven't seen Iridessa, right? Like
Well, he is the one barring us.
yeah,
Yes.
and we don't know why that would be. Like it's odd that he's barring us from it.
The thing he provides
bit, yeah.
is the edict that was signed by Alistair Draven after the Calamity of the Broken Dawn. That edict is what allows him to quarantine people in places that he believes are attempting to corrupt or destroy light until he discovers otherwise.
Okay. So then we do have a thing of like, okay, something is going on because he's using the edict to stop us from going in, which means that he's doing some sort of something happened.
Yeah.
That he's not letting
And he
us
just
in on.
he doesn't trust us to kind of let us in. Like he said to like Kayla and I, like we're shit all help here.
Okay.
We won't even
And
let
he
our
uses-
own son in.
And he uses that edict to stop corruption.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Let's try this out.
you come to this church for what reason? I figured after our last encounter you would avoid me and my church like the plague. As
Well.
most do.
That would be unadvisable for us, as your church provides the land, the kingdom, something that no other can, and has for many, many years. It would be dishonest to say that we do not appreciate the mission that your church has been providing. We come here because we need your help. As you've probably heard, the Lady Paramount Iridessa has been gone, unseen for more than over a month, which is odd. The High Solar of the Church of the Broken Sun, Derek, is forcing the edict to not let us see or speak with Lady Iridessa, which was our mission given to us specifically by the king. Now, you and I both know that the edict is specifically made to bar people if they have assumptions of corruption or something that could be dangerous or towards something the like.
Yes. I was there the day the edict was signed. I'm familiar with the Edict of Vigilance.
Right. We would like your assistance, as we have taught the High Sunkeeper, if we are able to get the backing of the other churches, we can be granted access to see Lady Iridessa. If there is some sort of corruption or some sort of dealings going on, we want to be aware of it, which is, if I'm not mistaken, would be something you would also be interested in, correct? It is the grand mission of the Church of the Cleansing Tempest to not only remove the remnants of the Crimson Court, but to remove corruption.
Do you have anything else to say?
I do not.
Very well. Your requisition. There is reason to it that I can see clearly. I detest Marathas's power grab, using that edict as he sees fit. Sometimes I think he perhaps uses it as a true way to put nobility in a place that he believes that sometimes they should be. To grovel, to beg, to know what pain and pressure feels like. I do not think he truly understands the power he holds and the importance of it. You say you need my assistance, the support of my church. That I will give. On one condition. That before anyone is allowed to leave that rectory, in one day, we will perform a search of the rectory. We will question those that we deem need questioned. And we will see that if Derek Marathas's action was justified. Only one day is what I ask. Give that to me, and I will give you the support you need.
I do not see why we would not be able to support that. If there is any remnants of anything that your church finds dangerous, it should be removed. I agree. He looks to the siblings.
Nod.
Sorry, just making sure I follow. So he wants to take his own group, basically, do his own investigation into the rectory to see if this guy has a leg to stand on, basically, or if he's just doing this as a power grab.
Correct.
And then, basically, if he's not satisfied that this guy's doing what he's supposed to be doing, then he says he'll help.
No, he's saying he'll help right now to stop that. And then after it's all said and done, he wants to know if Derek was being genuine or if he was being disingenuous and trying to just use his power to do something. Because if that's the case, Alondor is going to do something about that.
I would like to say Edwin knows that full-fledged of what he just agreed to. Like, he understood that part. Like, yeah, if this guy's corrupted, then he should not be in the position he's in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is only better for us, like, especially, like, if Derek has this thing against nobility and is trying to, like, you know, pull strings, pull his power, like, it's probably a good thing for him to be shut down. If,
For
you know,
sure.
shit's come out.
I'm just worried about how wide of a brush they're going to paint here about who's involved and the actions they take to remedy that is my only concern. That's all.
I mean, the Church of the Cleansing Tempest is a very established thing in Adaria. Like, I know we have our little susness of them as a party, but they are still, like, a respected body, right?
A little infamous. They did kill like 200 people in Crown's Rest with a fire that spread.
Yeah, but like, still, they're not like an evil thing.
Correct. No, not evil.
No, I think the trepidation of it is, what if he doesn't like what the prophecy is either, right? Like,
I mean, he's probably not, but we don't know that. We don't know what we're working with, y'all.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool. Well, totally get that. Are we doing anything just to make sure the Lady Paramount gets out of there safely, since she's like our goal here? Or are we just giving this guy free reign to do what he wants? That's my only question.
I think we should be the ones to go in there first. And then he can have his little day to do his investigation, right?
That's what he's talking about. That's what he's wanting to arrange. Like, he's going to get us in as long as he gets a day after to do that. That's what he's saying.
Okay, then I misunderstood. Apologies. What was that look for, Joe? I saw that.
I think he pulled hair out of his beard.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he's saying he'll get us in as long as he can investigate after. That's all that is, y'all.
Oh, then yeah, that's fine. Hopefully.
All right.
But Merrick
Edwin
has no
takes
reason to
all
say
of-
no to that, yeah.
Edwin captures all of this information by looking at his siblings and them making eye movements and eyebrow waves.
Xanthe just nods.
Yeah,
It's a
and
yes
then
or
he
no
looks
question.
back. He got all of that from the waves of their eyebrows and chin movements, and turns around and says, "We agree."
Very good. So nothing will leave the rectory, nothing will be disturbed. All will stay as it is until our investigation is done. After, of course, the High Solar and his champions are removed.
Very well. Point of clarification. Are we also speaking about the people inside? Or will they be questioned separately in the comfort of their homes?
They will be questioned that day.
Well, not to waste any more of your time, I appreciate. We all appreciate your favor and largely what you do for our kingdom.
Of course. Tell me, my prince.
As he looks to you, Edwin, and he starts staring you down real hard.
Ah, shit.
Did your cargo make it back safely to Crown's Rest?
After we had spoken with you, we were not encountered or attacked by anybody. Yes.
Cargo make it back safe?
He's kind of... Yes, it did.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to ask this. Insight check? I'm kidding. I'll come up with like a legitimate thing, but I mean, come on. Like, do I feel like he's referring to something specifically, or he's just purposely trying to get a reaction out of us?
Make an insight check.
Okay, cool.
Does anybody
Yeah,
react?
Caitlin will get up on that. She's not gonna react, but she's gonna like raise an eyebrow because she's
Yeah,
already
look.
spoken to him.
Look, team, I'm not gonna try to lie in front of this guy.
No, same.
Oh, yeah, no.
Sorry.
The way you handled it was the best way you could have handled it.
We're in a zone of truth, but it's not there. You know what I mean? Like,
Kaylin, did you also want to make an insight check just to examine what he's saying?
Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Bloop.
Yeah, please. Please roll better than me. Yes. Yes, Kayla. Yes.
I'm in there.
Kaylin, Merrick, it's hard for you to tell. I mean, his face is kind of decomposing, so reading it is really
His
tough.
eyes are so dead.
Yeah. Kaylin, though, it does seem like he's trying to do some leading questions.
The cargo was valuable then, I assume.
Looking at you, Edwin.
We made it back safely, as it was urgent to return.
so I'll point out, Edwin didn't take that long to pause. It was just my brain misfiring.
That's okay.
Londor
quickly
just stands up for
interrupted
2
you
minutes
regardless.
staring at him. Oh. No.
Alondor will kind of look to you, Kaylin. And he smiles ever so slightly, and it kind of melts away.
Skin.
I wish to speak to the Lady Caitlin in private for a moment.
How's
Glancing
Caitlin?
over to Kaylin, is that something she would like to do?
All right. I'm sure that can be arranged. If you insist, though my siblings, I feel as though have every right to be a part of this conversation as any.
I would request that it is just you and I. If it is not,
Could we ask the nature of this conversation the two of you must have? We are our own business here as the King's Hand.
it is related to the Serpent Scroll.
Then we can speak privately. Kaelin will step forward.
Please,
We'll be outside.
follow me.
Oh, we'll wait here. Just kidding.
You may leave.
Oh, okay.
I feel like we walked backwards, turned around, and started
no,
walking, and then we
okay.
turned around again, and then walked.
Yep. Just Edwin and Merrick, though. Xanthi knew what to do. We didn't. We're oh no. Oop,
All right,
oop.
we're out. Shh, we're out.
Oh, I misread.
These would be the people that lead Adaria.
I'm sorry, Joe. Is he referring to my siblings
Yes.
or the Serpent Scroll? Oh, wow, that's embarrassing. Okay. Yes. It is. Myself included in that.
You. You are interesting to me. Did you know that the King in Crimson used serpent style casting?
I did.
He traveled to your lands and he took the secrets of your people and he used them.
He stole the secrets of our people and he used them.
He did. He did.
But that has no reflection on who my people are and what they do.
No, it does not. That much I am in agreement with. After the Survivors' Rebellion, I spent a great deal of time in the Serpent's Grove hunting for whoever gave him those magics, but I never found anything conclusive. Because it was not your people that was the issue. No. What is and has always been the issue is the people of Adem. Of all of your siblings, I believe you. I think that you are truthfully the only one that is immutable, unchangeable in your convictions and beliefs.
Kaylin, raises an eyebrow. She doesn't know if this is supposed to be a compliment or not.
There was something I sensed when investigating your caravan. If you
Is that right?
tell me that neither you nor your siblings are servants to the King in Crimson, I will, in this moment, believe you. So you tell me now that you do not, nor have you ever, nor will you ever, side with the King in Crimson.
It is almost insulting to even be asked such a thing. Of course not.
You believe that
This is
for all
my
of your
family.
siblings?
I wholeheartedly believe that for all of my siblings. I think it is no secret that there is no love lost between any of us. We all have very strained relationships with one another, with the king. That does not mean that we don't have a love for our family. That does not mean we are murderers of our own family.
Sometimes the beliefs you have, you would not believe how weak they can be under pressure. I always considered myself a noble knight, commander of the Crown Claws. My honor impeccable. Something about the King in Crimson changes you. There were two things I saw in your caravan. It was hard to perceive wholly because of the Lady Valora Astrolor's magics, but there were two things I sensed undeniably. I do not know if you were carrying them, but if you tell me now you were not, then I will believe you. But should I find you have lied to me, it does not matter. If you are named heir, if any of you are, you will become ornaments for the walls of this church if I find you've deceived me in this moment. In that caravan, there were two presents I sensed. One, powerful and fiendish. Something that stunk of the hills. Poignant, deep of sulfur and rot. And the other, I chose not to pry further because I was not sure. The other seemed to me to be a remnant of the King in Crimson. Not power wielded, I don't think at least. But as though a scent that his corrupted spirit leaves behind lingered near one of you. Someone in that caravan. So, Lady Kaylin, I will ask you again. I will request that you speak truthfully and honestly. Do you know of what I speak of.
Joe, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course, sure. Said those two words at the same time combined. Of course.
No, Caitlin has her own suspicions and her own thoughts. But like,
Sure.
does she like know for sure anything about like the hells and the fiendish stuff? Like, what would that be like to her? For the channel, you know.
What was that last part?
I don't know. Like, she has thoughts and opinions, but like, I don't know what's meta, what's not
No.
in-game out of your knowledge. You know.
No, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think that for Kaylin, I mean, tieflings don't do that. Tieflings are considered
Yeah.
humanoids. So, you know, at least in terms of that connection to Xanthe, you're not super sure about that because tieflings wouldn't reek of sulfur and rot.
Interesting. Okay,
yeah.
so she's not. Okay. Well, Caitlin's gonna lie, everybody. Hope that's cool. Okay. All right. Well. What did he say?
I just want to say
Someone
it's
make
not cool. It's not cool at all. But you're cool, so you do what
I
you think.
mean, the thing is, if I tell him the truth, I feel like it's worse, right?
Well, I actually don't know
mean,
what the fuck he's talking about, to be
Merrick
honest.
I don't think
probably
we know
won't have
the
a
truth.
Well, great. So then Caitlin's not lying, technically. Great. All right.
Yeah, I don't think any of the things
mean-
he asked for was the dragon
Yeah.
eggs.
Yeah, that wasn't specifically
Yeah.
said. This is a truth. You're right. Well, say that again.
Well, hold
Joe.
on.
What did you say? No,
Wait,
no.
hold
This
on,
is truth, Edwin.
I mean, yeah, because the dragon
Hold on.
eggs are two things. He said specifically one thing, you know,
That's
like
three,
No, okay.
baby.
Okay, well, hold on. He said, I just want to throw this into the party chat. He said that something that smelled of sulfur from the hells, demonic or fiendish. He used one of those words. And then the other one was a remnant of the King Crimson on someone's person. Right?
Yeah, Caitlin doesn't know what the
well,
fuck
like an
that is.
energy, a vibe, you know. We
I
don't
don't
know
think
what
he-
that means.
He said two presences.
I mean, Merrick had the eggs right with him, so I don't think it's like, oh, it was literally like a brooch Merrick was wearing. I do think he is talking about the eggs, though. We don't know that for certain, but I do feel like that's the implication here. But
I also feel like it's not clear. So again,
It's
Caitlin's
not.
technically not lying.
Look, all I'm saying is in my mind right now, I'm thinking of the fucking animal thing that's following Kaylin around, and I'm thinking of the gauntlet Edwin is wearing.
Animal.
Yeah, I was
Those are the
thinking about
two
the
things in
animal
my-
thing.
really,
Yeah.
The black
That's
cloud
rude.
thingy with Kaylin.
Listen.
It's a shadowy thing, Kaylin, okay? It could be a fun, cool
Anyway,
demon.
provide
but-
your answer.
Sorry, go ahead.
Alondor
Genuine.
just like this far away from your face,
Yeah.
just staring at you.
It probably smells real bad. I just want to put that in the
wow, rude. You can't say
Probably
that about revenants.
All right,
he
all right,
smells
all
like
right.
mold.
Peanut gallery.
Caitlin, she says, no. I have no knowledge of anything demonic or fiendish, nor do we have any remnants of the Crimson Court.
Kaylin, make a persuasion check.
With advantage?
I don't think that's what I said.
Merrick pokes his head in. Yeah, that's right.
Edwin's hand pops up. Guidance. Oh.
With Kaylin, we'll also say some other words, because that was a bad roll. She'll say, I will have you know where we just came from when you stopped us. We were doing our best to investigate a location that was known to be somewhere that Draven quite often frequented. So if there's any stench of his upon us, perhaps that is what you were referring to. Why would I want to bring home something that caused my own family such distress, heartache, and despair?
You speak truth. I can tell.
Do I believe him?
Make an insight check.
This will be the one that I roll high on. Yup. That's how that works.
Kaylin, the thing is, you do believe him. He seems... He believes what you said. And as of right now, he seems to put his trust in you. And it seems as though that trust right now is not even on a shaky foundation. He just believes you in this current moment.
All right.
Lady Kaylin, I will give you one more opportunity to tell me the truth if you know it. For if I learn that you have deceived me,
Could I ask you a question?
very well.
Why, of all of my siblings, would you pull me aside and ask if I would do such a thing? And then to come in here and lie to your face. You said you've been to the Serpent's Grove. You said you know the ways of my people. I would have thought you would have had better belief in me then. This questioning wouldn't even been necessary. So why am I standing here? Being questioned in such a way?
And that is exactly why. Most people, when they are under the question, when they feel that pressure, that pain, that potential sword that would cut through their flesh, they fall. They answer every single question they can. They will even lie. They think it is what I want them to say, to get out, to have it stop.
With all due respect, I don't care about what you think. I'm going to speak the truth to you. And that is all. I have no reason to lie to you. Again, I wish nothing but the best for my family. For this kingdom. That's all I ever wanted.
Do you
And
mean
that is exactly why we're here. I do. I have fought every single day to be here.
Then, Lady Kaylin, I hope you will trust me when I say every single day of my life since the King in Crimson's death has been dedicated to removing the scourge he placed upon this land and those who would seek to bring him back. I fight every day as well. So I'm going to ask you one final question. And I hope
No. I have no knowledge of any of this.
what were
Now,
you
if you wish to-
transporting to Crown's Rest?
I think our conversation is done. And if you don't want to believe me, then this conversation was pointless.
If that is just it, Lady Kaylin, I do want to believe you. And I do.
Great. Then you have my word.
It was a pleasure as always. But we have very important things to do while we are here. If you don't mind, I would rather not stand here being accused of trying to bring the fall of my own house. I've been busy trying to save it.
You may leave.
She nods and she turns to go.
You can feel the eyes on the back of your head.
Yeah.
And
She
Kaylin,
gonna maintain that confident ass walk until she gets outside.
Kaylin, out of the corner of your eye as you go to leave, you see that figure looming in the corner. Large, antlered form. Not looking at you, looking past you. Towards Alandor. You turn to look.
Dear God, no.
Okay. All right. So with that, Kaylin, as eventually you walk to rejoin your siblings, the figure disappears. And as you rejoin, ready to head off further, deeper into the city of Faithspire, ready to commune with that last church. That is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Wow.
Five
That.
more
Yeah,
hours.
we did it.
Wow, look at that.
Well.
Big spooky indeed.
No.
Thanks. Oh, God.
5 more hours.
We'll see what happens. Never mind. No, we're not gonna see what happens. We're just gonna end. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did. Grand old time. Just as a heads up, there is no Crimson Court next week. There is no anything happening next week. If you happen to be in the area, come see Little Mermaid. I'm not gonna tell you at what school or what city. You gotta find that out. It's like a little.
Working hard on it. It's really good. You should all come see it. In spirit.
Thanks for watching. We will see you in the next one where we will all be back and we'll all be ready to see
Partylootup.com.
if partylootup.com, rollwithadvantage.co. Go to those websites, check out those things. Thanks for watching,
Let's
everybody.
go.
And we'll see you in the next one.
Bang in the name.